Hello? Hello everyone, welcome back to the studio. Let's adjust this audio. Wowie! This is amazing. I need a bit more light. Winter is here. Yeah, I thought I would wear this for the beginning since we're gonna be chatting a little bit. We got this as like our partner gift. It says that on the front. A little glitchy on the side, and then I really like that where it says San Diego. And it fits like so dang good. So good. Medium. Good to go. And then carrots. I was very torn which shirt I should be wearing today, but it's like maybe I'll give that shirt away to somebody. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, welcome in everyone. I'm gonna scroll up. Kimmers, thanks for being first as always. Blood Oak, great to have ya. Samo's here, yeah, after 7 weeks. This is nuts, so it does feel good. Everything is always way more boring when your partner is gone. Hello, Alexander King, Fortitude 2. Yeah, we finally caught up on the 3 months of gift subbies for you. And you want me to pronounce a Dutch thing? I think I can pronounce it pretty good. Also, hi, Mary, welcome. It's good to be back. Hi, Kaylee Lynn. Kaylee Lynn subscribed to us for the first time yesterday. She's now part of the kitchen crew. I'm honored. Okay, so what is this? Will you try and pronounce it? Is it Koken Met Kate? Koken. I know like a little bit of the European sort of languages, just with Sam teaching me a little bit of German. Koken Met Kate. So what does that mean? Cook with Kate? Is that what it means? Yes. Yes. Honestly, maybe we should just do a Dutch giveaway for the carrot shirt, because there's so many of you. Scat! Oh my goodness. One of the longest resubs ever. Ever. 54 months at tier 3, dude. How have you been? Were you able to catch any of my IRL streams or anything when I was in San Diego? It means cook with Kate. Amazing, yeah. Everyone always puts the ing on there anyways. Maybe I should just do it too. Cooking with Kate. Cooking with Kate. It is so good to be back. Yeah, happy Friday, friends. We made it through the week. For those of you that maybe caught us yesterday during our little IRL grocery trip, thanks for being there. That was really fun. We always do like a little viewing of kind of new products and obviously stuff that we're getting, and then we always play like the Price is Right at the end. It's like, okay, here's all the things in the cart. I'll give you one amount of a thing, and then you're on your own for the rest. Only caught a little bit, busy week. Saw the popcorn microwave. We have so much stuff to talk about. Like, I've been gone. I have not actually like cooking streamed from this location in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks it's been already. How? I will say though, taking a break like really helps you refocus as a creator. Like my biggest takeaway from that trip, because it was my second TwitchCon, and I think we'll just actually take this away while we're chatting. Yeah. My biggest takeaway, since that was my second convention, the first one I was affiliate, so this one I was partnered, so it was a little bit different. Like I did get invited to some things. It definitely reminded me like how far I have come. Almost 5 years of doing this, like very consistently, but also like how far I still have to go, right? And that's just like kind of on you as a creator to keep changing your content, stuff like that. But yeah, it was a good reminder. And like just meeting all of the other food and drink streamers was such an amazing feeling. Like we had one of the largest groups of people, even just at the Twitch partner party, which was pretty amazing to see. Like with all of us together, I think there was at least like 12 people. And so we were just like this big group that people had to like all walk around because we were crazy. Hi Clem, welcome back. I'm having a really good day so far, thank you. It's like warm here today, but it got super cloudy, so it kind of feels weird. Yeah, hi Alti. Look at this awesome shirt, and it's actually super comfy. 8 ads? 8 ads? How is that even possible? There's no way. There's no way. Like, I don't even have my settings to do 8 ads back to back, so that's definitely on Twitch. I'm sorry. You're on the road? Where are you going? You're road tripping? Sat through none. Well, you are subscribed, so that is definitely like the biggest benefit. You're in Tirana? Tirana. What are you doing there? Are you going out to eat? Okay, so going down today, we have unboxing to do. I got like a bunch of packages in to unbox with you guys while I was away. And then just feel free to like ask any questions about Kitchen League if you did watch it. And anything that we did in TwitchCon or in San Diego that you may have missed. I mean, there are VODs from our IRL streams that you can look back on, and I'm so happy I did that because now I can also look back on those at any time. Stauvile. Hi, Storm Chef. How's it going? Yeah, thanks, Samu. There's our YouTube channel. That's where we upload all the Twitch VODs as well. Okay, let's open up some stuff. I don't know, maybe we'll do the Vitamix one first. Maybe we'll do the Vitamix first. Oh, the lady? I don't know if I want to talk about that because it's gonna bring up like bad feelings again, Kimmers. But like what ended up happening is I walked all the way to this taco spot because another streamer that I've followed for years said it was awesome. And so I walked by myself because that's just like what I do a lot when I travel. And I like basically like literally made it there. I sent Sam like a photo of it. It was called Roxy's Tacos. And then there was this lady, like she was homeless, but still that doesn't matter. She like literally would not let me into the restaurant and was like saying all this degrading stuff to me. And then she started like saying it to this guy that I sat down next to because I was like, well, I feel super unsafe. So I'm just gonna sit next to you. And he like looks at me. I was like, I'm not gonna do anything, bro. Like I literally just have to sit there because this is terrifying. And so then the guys in the restaurant ended up like literally calling the cops. It's okay, it's not gonna bring me down. It does help to talk about this stuff too, right? Don't keep it in. So yeah, they ended up calling the cops and being like, hey, this lady is like berating our customers outside on the patio and she's just like not leaving. And like literally until they got to the point on the phone where the cops are like, okay, we'll be there in like a couple minutes, then she decides to peace out, right? That's what they want you to end up doing. But terrible, terrible experience. The burrito was amazing. They ended up, so I like stayed there for probably close to an hour afterwards. They gave me like a hug. They're like, it's okay. It's okay. We get this all the time.
I could not provide the hug.
No. So that was super nice. And they made me like 2 extra churros to take home. They made me like a special taco to try with them. And it was super cute. Like it ended up being a really good experience that started out just terrible. And like, I've lived places where there's like a lot of unsafe things going on, but I've never experienced that before. So that was definitely, I don't know if I can say like a learning experience, but just taught you a bit of extra courage, really. Samo's here. He wants to show you the thing that I got him for his birthday. I went shopping. It's like one of the main things I shop for. So what he asked for his birthday was a nice bottle of tequila. Do you guys want to know the price point? Because it wasn't like super expensive. And I went to like one of the main liquor stores downtown San Diego, and I probably talked to the guy in the store for like 20 minutes because they literally just had a like whole wall of tequila. And so I got overwhelmed. He's happy. So Gran, probably pronounced Centenario. And so then what it is, if you guys are tequila people, is it's an añejo tequila. So one of the darker varieties, but it's double filtered to make it super clear like that. And so this is his first taste. It was 100 US, which I actually thought was like pretty fair. Pretty fair. And so then I talked to the guy about like tequilas that he's liked before. and maybe what he wouldn't like, and that is what he came up with. And he's like, I think he'll like it. I've drank it earlier in the week. And I was like, okay, if you drank it and you're like a tequila person, it's gotta be good. Hi, Miss Rice Krispies.
Oh, wow.
Really good? You want me to try a sip?
Yes.
Okay. Cheers, friends. Yeah, it's 10 afternoon. I'm at work. He's not. We're good. The little jar, yeah, our little mason jar shot glasses. Okay, let's see. Kind of looks like Grand Centenary. That's what it is. Grand Centenario. Hi, Ryan.
Like, it's really good.
There's no aftertaste. It's just like warmth, and then it's gone out of your mouth.
Yeah, gone.
And like nicely flavored, like kind of taste vanilla-y and like sweet. Whoa, you can have the rest of that. I'll be okay today. No kickback. I chose a good one then. Yes, okay. Alti, have a safe trip, my friend. We'll be here for a few hours for sure. Oh, and look. Also, welcome back to this one. Cooker dog! Hi! Yeah! Too adorable. Vacuumed up all of her bunnies yesterday in here. So I can't have those going in the food. It's Cooker dog. Yes. Okay, first thing unboxed. Next. So I got that for Sam in San Diego, and he brings me back a fancy box cutter. No, I'm just joking.
I got you a fancy rock last time.
I know, I'm bugging you. Chat, that's your favorite thing, right? When mom and dad argue. Look at this big box.
You want to move your cutting board?
Maybe.
It's like the side underneath.
I'll just leave the foamy or take the foamy. Where do I put this though? I'll just put it on this small cutting board. Hopefully that stays.
You'll need the box cutter for your next project.
I don't know about this view. Oh, it's good. It's good.
Zoom out for it, I think.
New York slice, that's my favorite thing when people come in after a while. What is this slicer? We do. What, this thing is like 2 years old now?
Yeah,
Probably?
yeah.
Amp, yeah, get your rare Sammy sighted in. Okay, so there was Vitamix days and Sam got some things.
Yeah, it's actually been 8 weeks since I've been on the camera in front of you guys.
Silicone blender spatula. That's new, we've never had that one before. We just got it to see, really?
Yep. You always try to get that underneath part.
Yeah.
I think this will help you.
One thing I'm always judgy about the silicones is like, I know the Vitamix blades are super sharp, and like some other silicone spatulas, it literally just tears it up. You don't want to be eating that. But this feels quite firm. So I'm intrigued. These, I just know by the shape and feel of it, are like some of our other favorite spatulas. I think I gotta use, can I use this on plastic?
Yep.
Just like that?
Yep.
Sam just tears it open. You broke it? Hey, listen, I thought I broke mine too. But then I didn't. It was just the top. And so then did we have to pay for the new top, or they sent it?
Which one?
The one that I burnt out with curry
nothing.
paste.
I didn't pay nothing.
So yeah, I burnt out the one blender top we had making curry paste. Like it literally smoked out. Oh, your motor. So yeah, because we didn't F up the motor at all, they're like, well, that's on us for the thing breaking.
No. If the motor broke We would have got a new bottom too.
As well?
Yeah.
Whoa. So yeah, these are so handy, even for like the incarcerum mixer when we make bread and stuff. So good. And I mean, like that's pretty common sense.
Look at yours versus the brand new one.
Okay, let's do that. Hi, Dana's Kitchen. Oh, it's so good to see you. I'm sending you lots of love, friend. I heard about the catastrophe and no one deserves that. You can see how much I've used these. Because what, these are...
8 years old.
I was gonna say 5, but 8 years old, chat. 8 years old are these ones. And like they even barely discolored. Dishwasher all the time.
Yep.
Good to have more. Is it a Bestwood? It's a Hobart. It's a Hobart slicer that has like an automatic slicing feature too. Yeah, you guys can see how good the product is. Okay, maybe we can take some of these out and get rid of the big. 8-year-old spatulas, yep. They really packed it.
Like it's only $11 for those 3 spatulas.
Yeah, $11. Like what? And that's Canadian?
Yeah.
So it's even cheaper in America. Phone real quick. Nice. It's almost fully charged.
Yep.
Good one. There's a dog here that I gotta step over. Okay, let's check out this. What made you want to spend over $1,000 on a slicer? Because we'll literally never find anything like this again.
We never spent over $1,000 on a slicer.
Wait, how much did we spend on it?
800.
So I don't even know how much the things cost. I always think it costs way more. So this was $800. We got it secondhand. It will literally outlive us, right? So that's why we do the things that we do.
Wait.
He says, wait.
1 second, please.
And Belle. Good to see you, and Happy, good to see you too. Mary saying we ordered that from Amazon. It was straight from Vitamix because they had like Vitamix days. So a lot of stuff was on sale.
The regular blender top price, I got everything else included for free if I just bought the blender top then.
Insane.
So it was a really good deal.
Yes, Oko. Cleaning and organizing while I'm up on the laptop.
Everything had 40 to 60% off. I bought.
I've never seen a digital slicer in my life, but there's also a reason that I didn't buy a touchscreen Vitamix, right? Like having actual switches and knobs, like just gonna work better for longer. Titan, my man. So good to see you. We had a 54 month. Now we're getting a 34 month. Welcome, welcome in. It's great to be back. Yeah, Kate back home face. And a Samo. Getting ready to make some egg fried rice. Oh, I might have to make some of that. Maybe that's what we'll have with our chicken for lunch later.
Okay, you may carry on.
I'm gonna carry on. We're doing a little bit of video content here while Sam's home too. Does it work on the middle part? It does. Hi, girls. Good to see you too. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Getting back. You literally got devastated in Florida, New York Slice. Is there anything we can do for you? This is what we got. Look at this. Blending bowl accessory. 2 8-ounce little blending bowls, or 225 mils. Huh.
Put it down, just do a little spin. Start with the front.
Boom. You refuse? Hey, I always ask the folks that well, at least let me know if they are hurting. I'm cutting the entire cardboard because I'm savage. But if you're gonna refuse the help, well then I hope everything just gets like settled nice and quickly. And I mean, the biggest takeaway from that is that yourself is safe. You didn't get hurt. So this is the topper. This is like to twist on after, it looks like. There's the little bowl. Losing your mind? Yeah, being alone in the dark for like 3 weeks. That's how long you didn't have power and stuff. Look at this. This is super thick. Like, thicker than the blender regular base, I would say. Sam says he forgets what we ordered. So it's just 2 of those in here. Do we need an adapter then? So this should stack. Cool. That stacks. That's pretty compact. I like things that stack. Hi, Aki. How are you? And then
now you don't have to use the big
there's always that.
For salad dressing.
Start there. This is cool. Like, it is important. A lot of people struggle making like smoothies at home because they don't know what ingredients to add first, and it really affects the texture. So seeing that is like actually proper. That's how you should add your things into your blender. It'll blend really nice. Okay, little baby bowls complete. Next one, what should we do? As a chef, don't do measuring. Not often, right? I do get in heck sometimes on stream. It's like, Kate, you literally didn't measure that. Okay, I've measured that ingredient amount so many times that I already know. And also, it just goes quicker and sometimes more fun if you don't have to measure everything. That's why we say a recipe is a guideline. I like had this little epiphany. I was talking to Sam about this morning. I was like, I am definitely like the recipe tester of Twitch. Like, out of anything that we do, I would say, is we mostly test recipes the most out of anything else, because we're always trying to find something new and different from like around the world. Not everyone else does that strictly for their content.
So good.
That's so cool. Yeah, baking you gotta measure, and I always show you guys that, whether it's a scale or just measuring cups. And that's also a fun part of like me testing the recipes, is I have enough education and knowledge over the years to like kind of know ahead of time whether things are gonna go wrong or not. But then even if something does go wrong, I usually know how to fix it. So this is like a actual blender little smoothie bottle thing going on here. Baking to the gram, for sure. Baking is not line chefing. Not at all. Not even close. Okay, that's the thing. Boom. Like, this is so thick. I think it's almost, yeah, it's double walled. It's double walled if I hold that up. Whoa. So if you like crack the outside, you can still blend stuff on the inside. And this is a whole contraption.
We need this because we have an older style vitamins.
Yeah. Kind of the adapter. It's for that hot cumin blending, I tell ya. But Oak's seen it enough times here. So that's just the same thing. And then this is the important one for both this and then the smaller guy as well. This is like the adapter base because we have an older Vitamix. I might have a sneeze. It should. Perfect. And then we got this as well. It works. Boom.
That's amazing.
Why don't they do glass? Because you never really have glass inside of a restaurant if you think about it. So they want people to use these in restaurants. Like, when you have a bad glass or plateware experience in a restaurant, you never forget that. And then you totally understand why there's that rule. Like, if you've never had to switch out your entire line, literally throw everything out in the middle of a dinner service and restart because someone dropped either their glass drinking cup or a plate exactly where you're cooking.
All of that's garbage.
Literally garbage, and you still have to cook the rest of the orders for the night, and then, yeah, it's just a whole thing. That's scary. Love your Vitamix. We were at Costco yesterday, and they had a really nice one for a good price. I don't know if that's the same in America. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, you won't know it. Like, what are you gonna do? Pick out all the glass? Not a chance. You cannot even take that chance.
Valkyrie, you want barbecue tomorrow?
Valk, yeah. Valk, are you guys home this weekend? And do you need barbecue in your life? Loaded flat top, had to throw it all out because the plate above fell. See?
Yeah.
So you do have a bit of experience. And see, you never forgot it. Storm Chef. I mean, if you're asking, Kate, everyone needs barbecue in their life. Another tamper. Ooh, it's like a different design. More grippy. And then we got this, like, literally for you guys for stream. So you're welcome. We got the clear top lid, so we can actually see top down when we blend stuff. You got some going? What do you got going? Look at how nice that looks. Let's zoom it in. So much plastic. I think it's all soft, we can recycle it. Like, this is cool. That locks. Boom. So that's how that would go in. Nice. So they redesigned the tamper because the old one literally will touch the blade. This one will never. Never, never. It looks like Adam and Eve. No, I've never really used this top before, but it looks like it's just a snap-on. That's easy. So full, like, silicone all along the outside. See, they're not around. No. Sage. This is, like... The plastic is definitely heavier than the other one. Holy.
Yeah, different plastic for sure.
Totally different. Way thicker. That's nice. Like, you can literally see how sharp those blades are. Scary. Scary stuff. Okay, that's all the Vitamix things. We did it. Next up. Cambro. I'm gonna take this away. Got 4 pork butts, brisket, 4 racks of ribs, go load up some turk breasts, prep a pork belly and chicken quarters. Who are you cooking for? Everyone always gets to ask me that, so I'm asking you. Who are we cooking for? Okay, I'm also sponsored by this company, Cambro. If you do !Cambro, you'll be able to see where you can pick up their products around the world.
You need to focus more on me.
Yeah, so we're gonna be filming like some TikTok or Reel stuff while I unbox this, so that we get more things, and maybe we won't show. Don't put it with the address up, please. People are being dumb on the internet world. Customers, unreal. We could vacuum seal it. That's on her though. I don't pressure people to eat our food. I just put the offer out and then they can decide. Okay, so I'll do it. So that's facing you. You gotta talk to me.
Okay,
like I don't care about the audio.
Yep, start.
Sammy the cameraman. Nicey. Okay, you're still just doing continuous.
No, I did clip for you.
Next one I'm gonna do is flip it out.
Yep.
Ah! Boom. So, lids. Those are the worst cutters. That was my present. I'm learning to use it. And then we got the bases. So I will do it this way. Started. Whoa. Ready?
Yep.
They're beautiful.
Yep.
So that was half a case. That was half a case and we even got 6. So all of these labels, which is something that's really cool, are like all washable. So as soon as it touches water, it like dissolves. Amazing. And then what these are known as in like a restaurant kitchen, if we look at the side here, it says 1/6. So this is like literally what we call the things in a restaurant kitchen. Is like, I need a 1/6 pan really quick. And so then you have to learn to know what the sizes are. And then
how many
what?
1/6 pans fits in a full pan?
Right? Like how many 1/6 pans fits in a full pan? These are things that we would like teach the young kids. Well, it's pretty basic. If it's 1 out of 6, then there's 6 in a full pan. I can show you. I can show you.
If you had a 1/3 pan, how many 6 pans can you put in stuff?
Yeah, if it's 1/3, well, obviously it's 3. So then we got this. That's a full pan. These are kind of known as hotel pans. Now you can see why it's called what it's called. So 6 of those fit in one. And obviously with smaller sizes, you get more. Bigger sizes, you get less.
This is why you choose Camro.
And yeah, like a lot of restaurants will not purchase the lids and then you're stuck using like just saran wrap and like just wasting plastic every single day. So that is huge. Yeah, we'd have to just switch how we built it, I think, to be able to fit the hotel pan. I don't know, but I know there's a way. So nice. It's seriously so nice. Gotta have the lids. Good to see you, Carses. We're good. Just doing like a little unboxing. I think we're done now. I think we're done the unboxing, actually. Hi, Days. And yeah, the lids with the spoon slot, like especially if you're using it while working, so good. So dang good. So that wasn't yellowed. That pan, that is like more beige.
It's a high heat pan.
Is known as an H pan, something that they came out with, I think, just last year. And so it can literally be used in a like oven or on your Traeger, anywhere away from direct flame. I think up to 350 Fahrenheit.
I think you are correct on that.
Kate with the fun facts. You met a writer on the plane, really excited for the show? Yeah, I wish it wasn't pie and barbecue weekend though. Hey, it's never the last pie and barbecue weekend, you know that. They get a spider look. Like the cheaper ones, I find. The cheaper ones. And yeah, if you like drop it a bunch, then eventually it will. Eventually it'll crack. $3.75 on the H pens? Cool. Okay, We'll put a bunch of the boxes away. So much cardboard. Today was recycling. R.I.P. And then, okay, what else? I got this. Did you put the pins back in?
I did.
This is like a thing they gave us. It's supposed to be like a fanny pack, but I really didn't trust the way that that string was on the top. Here, you got like that to wear around TwitchCon. I literally didn't use it. So instead, I just packed all fun things in there for you guys that I got. So I picked up like 4 pins, little surprise pin pack. So 3 of these. We don't even know what's inside. It's one of those 10.
And it could be a golden one of those 10.
And yeah, some of them are golden. And then I also picked up this one for you guys to give away, which I also have the same one. So I thought that was cool because they actually just sent me that one.
Sign the outside.
Huh?
Sign the outside of the case.
Yeah, sign it. And then the classic. Look at it, it's like so worn. The Cook with Kate badge. And so they added this, like a barcode to find everyone's stream, but it totally didn't work. What it would do was just Google whatever it said on there. So like I met a girl and her Twitch username is Meadow. And so when I did my little scanner on her barcode, it literally just Googled Meadow and like sent me to a meadow in the middle of California. So mine worked, but I'm telling you, like, depending on your name, it would just like send you to a location. It's like, crazy. Wow, perfect.
Good job.
3-pack is $6.95 US from Vitamix, and then $12 for the red one. See, I told you it was cheaper. You want your home kitchen to be like work? Well, that's like what we're slowly building here. Can't wait to have my mobile culinary studio. And a really cool Intel lanyard. I'm good with the blenders? Very good, yep. Vahalk, 14 months already? Way over the year. Hope you guys are good. Seems like you're busy as always, which is good. No, life happens. Bought new bowls and plates. Yeah, fancier ones to replace the IKEA ones. Which maybe I'll go get a couple of those. Notice that the model's called Vancouver. I love it. It is a funny coincidence. Okay, put this crazy knife away. And then I will wash my hands. And I think we're gonna make some pie crust really quick. Get into this pie day. This is like literally his birthday pie. Since I was at TwitchCon during Samo's birthday on October 7th. But luckily, you got to stay with our really good friend Wayne, and they had a good Bachelor Boys weekend. Clean it up. Friday, pie day. Why not, right? It's also paycheck day. This is true. This is true. Do we want to keep that? Probably, right? The getting started thing for it.
Yeah, that's the other one here too.
We'll wash those. Everything needs a little washeroo. Okay, I'm just gonna wash my hands, chat. And then I linked the recipes that we're using today because I use a separate crust recipe to make my pies since it works so good. And then I just use the filling recipe usually from the pie. We're definitely gonna make one like big pecan pie today, but I don't know if I have enough nuts. Or just make some small ones. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll just make some small ones then. I'll dig out the little pie tins. Hold on to boxes. Yeah, we do too. Like the good shaped ones that you think that maybe you would use to send to somebody. Oh, I had to laugh. I'm trying to get rid of, well, this camera right here. I'm selling this camera because we just literally don't use it and it's been sitting around. So I posted on Twitter yesterday. I was like, any streamer friends need a camera upgrade? Because I'm not using this. I have a lineup of like 10 people that want the camera. So happy. Like, those are the type of things you want to keep within the streamer community, I find. And what did... So everyone knows Audrey Enjoy is another like food and drink streamer. She's like, I'll take it if you sign it. I'm like, you guys. Did I make killer cheesecakes with graham crust and strawberries? I can. I'm thinking of making a killer cheesecake coming up. One of my faves, we talked about it on stream before, is the pumpkin swirl cheesecake. It's like perfectly like cheesecakey, but not too pumpkin-y. And the crust was really good. Audrey's awesome, yeah. I never got to run into her there. There's definitely a couple people that I missed. TwitchCon was crazy, guys. Like, everyone that I talked to or like ran into were like, hey, we literally like stay out for maybe 4 hours of the day because it was so hot there at the same time, and then like go back to your room, have a nap, recharge, and like maybe go out for another couple hours. That's it. Made 5 cheesecakes yesterday. So you're like, what you're doing reminds me of what we used to do, like cooking and baking for all of our friends and like local people in the area. It's always so rewarding feeling. Yeah, do you need help making them vanish? We might. Okay, so crust first. If I can recall, because I've made this recipe so many times, the crust recipe linked makes like a top and a bottom. Chat, be good. It's only pie tops and bottoms. And then we have all these, which is lots and lots.
It's really funny. I thought I had to start doing temperatures today. I had to start doing temperatures today. Logging them.
Oh, for going?
Yeah.
These are little 6-inch pie tins. That's what we're gonna make today. It's like half. Probably Samo full pie for his birthday, but usually I like cut it in half, munch a bit, save the other half. So I'll make little pies. Advantage of that, it should bake a little bit quicker since they're smaller too, which is cool. Disadvantage is it always takes a little bit longer to prepare things in smaller quantities. So there's always like a disadvantage and advantage, right? So it might take us longer to like prep and build them, but then the bake time is less, so it probably evens out. We can see. Yeah, Car says, I got a good hiding spot for pie. Don't have to show you where it is. Nice, Storm Chef. Okay, so crust is like a top and a bottom. I think if we double it, we should get like 5 pies, 5 of those little ones. And it is a butter and lard crust. And if you've seen me make these before, which I'm pretty sure all of you have, because I think out of anything that we've made on stream, I've probably made pies the most at this point in my life. So it's super flaky. I've never had any issues like rolling out this dough or even bringing it together. And I always make it by hand. I've never used like a food processor or anything like that. So simple. Okay, so we'll double it up. One good thing about Sally's baking addiction recipes is she gives it both in like the American measurements, but also in grams. So you can use a scale. So I'll write down on our notebook crust times 2. We'll double it up. And then maybe the same for the filling, right? You find a new dessert for me to make? I'm like such a pie master now.
I like pie.
I know. It's because of this guy.
My birthday.
I've made lots of pies. Like if you go in Discord and just search pie, you'll see all the pies I've made over the years. It's not a small amount. So yeah, if you're not doing mini pies, then it makes one 10-inch pie, which is like a regular size, I would say. So good. And then the other thing about this one, is it this recipe? Is they give you the option if you want to like brown the butter ahead of time. So it's like a brown butter pecan pie. Insane. Insanely good. So filling we'll do ×2. And then one other thing I always write down, just if I forget, is like the bake temperature and time. And then that's pretty much it. We're good to go. I would maybe read through the recipe a bit more if I wasn't familiar with any of this, but I've done this many times. Lots of pies for just the time that Kimmer's has been watching. And very yummy looking things. Even when we go like rustic with it. So yeah, typical like kind of dessert baking temperature is always around 350 Fahrenheit. Shecht. I don't know if I've ever eaten a pie. But we do have pie there, though. You've used that a lot. Where are you? Pies are not popular? Pies are, like, very popular in North America, I would say. And that is fair, Blood Oak. Yes, thank you for the feta complaint. Feta pie would be yummy, though. Okay, so 350F. Because this is, like, a straight convection oven with the fan that I can't turn off, I'll probably do closer to, like, 325 Fahrenheit. One thing we always gotta watch for when we're baking our pie is that the crust doesn't get too dark before the filling is all cooked through. You're in northern Norway, so that would make sense to me. Yeah, pies are definitely more regional to North America. It sounds like we gotta bring some pies over there. Because they probably, like, they don't have pies there, not because they don't like them, just because they don't know. Don't know better. I'm reading through. So 45-minute bake time for like a big pie. I'll probably go closer to like 20 to 30 minutes on those smaller ones. Check it at 20 minutes. Set the timer farther from there on. Okay, I'm gonna get my mixing bowl out. Super simple ingredients to make pie crust. Just flour, salt, butter, shortening, and very cold water. Yes. Yeah, I'll have to make that when Sam's away. He's not a quiche man. He is a pie man, but he is not a quiche man. That would be good. I'm down for that sort of stuff. There's like scrambled eggs with cheese. I'll definitely always eat it. Sam's just more of a sweet pie person. Oh, sorry. Or pot pies. Meat pies. But not egg pies. So I like this mixing bowl because it's shallow but also wide as far as surface area goes. Flour. Butter. Shortening. And so this is pure lard. I don't use vegetable shortening. I use animal shortening. And I do find it turns out better. But you can use whatever you want. I just found that like the veggie shortening, that is Crisco brand, didn't turn out as flaky. It was definitely more like tough on the crust. Hi Ray, how are you? Hakuna frittata, what a wonderful dish. Here we go, we're back. We are back. Okay, and then I always just look at the water amount, so we'll need like 240 mils. And we don't pour it out until we're done with the first part of this. But we can get the measuring cup ready for it. Sam's usually the water getter. He knows this. Somewhere around there. Ice cold, they say, but even just very cold from the tap is okay too. Okay, bring this back up. Has anyone from stream used this crust recipe in their life before? One person that I can think of maybe has is Ticasella, but I haven't seen her today. So we're gonna need 5 cups of all-purpose flour. Not a fancy flour, just all-purpose. Probably use up some of my pastry flour, but maybe I'll do 1 cup of it. That's crazy! You can't find like any type of shortening or lard like we have here. I wonder if you had to like get it from the butcher. That's 2. Three. You nommed half a pizza? What kind was it? 4. And I think I'll do one of the pastry ones. This is what it is. Cake and pastry flour. Just basic pepperoni, nice. Sometimes that's all you need in your life. Okay, pepperoni with pineapple is actually legit. It's like the spicy and sweet. Trust, I've tried it. That's so much pie crust, but I'd rather make more than not enough, and pie crust you can easily store in the freezer if you get extra. That's what I usually do. And so the next step is we'll measure out the shortening and the butter and cube that up and start working it into the flour. And we'll also sprinkle the salt over. And the last thing we do is the water. And you really want to use as little water as possible. Okay, salt. So we'll do 2 teaspoons. Yeah, pepperoni, pineapple, bacon. All good things. I got my pizza fill. Sam ordered me one from our spot. You like get 2 extra large pizzas. It's so dang good though. Okay, so now I'll grab one of these. I like to use a spatula for the first part of making this stuff, and also near the end, just so your hands stay clean. Oh man, we got a Baby Bubs raid. Welcome in, sir. Literally just catching us as we're starting to bake. Took us that long to catch up on San Diego things. How was your stream? I may have been lurking before I started stream today, and you were making us laugh, so thank you for that. It's good to be back home. Are we missing everyone though, or what? Hi, Bionics. Hi, wicked bitch. I'll whisper that one. Hello, Tiny Observer. He's already baked. I did see that. I did see that. And I'm still kind of sad that I never got to partake, but there's always next time. There's always next time. I know. Well, you definitely, hopefully, smoked mine today, and I'll accept this. Oh, man. Yeah, I popped in at the point where you guys were showing the photo after you tried one of the burritos on your face. I was like, I remember that. I was there. But like other than that, we couldn't really tell what was going on the sidelines, so it was cool to see it from like the judge's perspective too. What a moment. So good. All in good fun, we say. Okay, so I'm baking pie today. So my husband's birthday, if you see him in chat, it's Dog. It was on the Friday of TwitchCon. I wasn't here for it, so I owe him a pecan pie. And then instead of making like just one big one, we're just gonna make a couple like 6-inch ones. Pie snacks. Pie snacks. So we are making homemade crust. We're doubling up the recipe. And maybe I'll brown the butter for it. We'll see. I know, we talked about it, Cookie. Afterwards, he's like, I made a mistake. I should have sent you in, Kate. George wouldn't have touched you. I was like, it's true. Sabotaged. It's okay, though. Maybe next time. We'll get him. We'll get him good. You guys can see the carrots shirt up there. Just hilarious, though. What a fun time. I'll never forget, like, the last thing they said to all of us before we went on stage. Like, literally seconds before. They're like, okay, and then lastly, just no one get hurt. And we all just, like, look at each other. We're like, what is gonna happen? But I don't think anyone got hurt. Actually, I think G cut her finger. And that's why she had to wear the glove. She tried to show me afterwards. And I was like, okay, we need to get you to first aid. So good on her for playing that cool. Because like she was actually like kind of shaking after. I was like, oh, I think it's actually bad. That's never fun. And that's always like such a scary part of those cooking competitions, especially with like the chefs and the gamers. Knives don't have feelings. That's what I always tell people. They don't care about you, your feelings, your digits, anything. We got our lard and our butter for our crust. She got hurt, she broke the rules. Exactly. Nobody get hurt. We're all just like, what? Okay, so doubling it up. I might use the scale for this actually. So 180 grams of butter and then 260 grams of shortening. And yeah, for those of you maybe coming in from Bubs that don't know me, I have like over 12 years of experience cooking professionally. And one thing I always do on my stream is try and be as educational as possible. And then another thing which we were talking about earlier is I also like to test recipes so that if I make it on stream, you know what I did. You can always look back on it. And then with my knowledge, I can probably make it better or at least fix anything if it does go wrong. Which I feel is very important. I know we always say that a recipe is just a guideline, but a lot of people try and follow them to a T, and sometimes that can be to your demise. One other thing this is always fun, is I test myself portioning. So what did I say? 180 grams of butter. So we know that this is 454 grams total. I'm gonna go like there. I always try and get on the first try. Might be a bit low. Oh my gosh. She still got it after 2 weeks. Not cooking. Not even cooking a thing. 177. We need an extra 3 grams. Thanks, Cookie. It's always such a good feeling. And then we're just gonna cube it up. We'll cube it up to make it easier to work into the dough. Boom! Bubs would appreciate that. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. Boop, that's what we need. Tack that back onto there. Put that back on. We still got it. And then this one was $2.60. Maybe. And then both of these fats should be really nice and cold, especially if you have like hot hands. We always say hot hands, cold butter. Okay, so this one might throw me off a bit because it's like halved, but I'll keep that in mind. I'll even try and portion it with this little doomahickey amount. But the pound of shortening is gonna be the same as the butter, so $4.54. So we need like $2.60. This might be around 60 grams. Nope, half of it. Okay. Hi, Daff. No, we're short. We're short. Not that good. And it's a humbling experience when you don't get it. It's like, hey, I'll keep working then. Gotta keep working on it. Cold hands, pour on hot butter. That's like getting the paraffin wax if you go for like a pedicure. Excuse me, are you using butter right now? Yes. Is he still thawing out? I know. Okay, being in San Diego, like I straight up died some days, you guys. The fact that we walked 30K in 2 days, like doing our IRL streams, I had to like rest for 2 days after that. What did I do? Okay, that's good. And I think we're done with the scale. And then we'll dice it up before I get my hands all dirtied. I know, just as quick as he's home, he's also leaving again. Like, what? Do you literally leave next week? No, the week after. Okay, I'm gonna use the butter paper to do some cubing. Otherwise, I always find that the fats like to stick to the wooden board. I'll turn that. We'll go like maybe half inch thick. It's nice and cool in the room that I'm working in as well, so I'm really not worried about the fats warming up too much. Creme delish, how's it going? I talked to Steve. He said he's sending me the creme delish since we never got to exchange it in person. So I'll let y'all know when I receive it. I'm excited. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, so that's what Mary told me it's tasted like. She said I need it in my life. Okay, so then this is what I usually do is like as I get the cubes, I just take it off of my knife, pop it into the dry mix for the pastry. And so the amount of pastry we're making today is quite a bit. It would make enough for 2 like large pies, both top and bottom. Well, pecan pie doesn't have a topper, so we're just gonna repurpose it into bottoms. Shoot. Okay, done with that. I think I can get away with the shortening. It's so nice here today. Just like weird cloud cover though. Got like super muggy almost. Yeah, the fact that it's still 18 degrees here, it's like summer. Windy out. Yeah, I'm excited to get some. You're saving this recipe indefinitely, as you should. I've only made it like 1 billion times on Twitch. What's like the most amount of pies I've made at one time, I think? Sam might be able to remember. But when we were still living on the island, like all of our friends were pie fiends. It's like what I made the most for them. There was probably a weekend where I made close to like 12 massive pies. And that's how you get really good at doing stuff, right? Everything in repetition. Bam. I don't think we'll wipe the board just yet. Scoots! Thank you for the 33 months in a row. All of these long-term resubs. How have you guys been? So from here, just tap that off. And Scaramouche. 30 months with you too, being part of the kitchen crew. Kate, I get good at stuff by making other people do it. There you go. What's this saying for the kitchen? Something, something, delegate, delegate, delegate. Cookie. Okay, maybe Sam can post the menu for where we're going for brunch on Sunday. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Okay, now you guys are just destroying us with love. Already at a level 2 boost train. So what I'm doing right now is like, I call this kind of fluffing up the fats. We are separating all of the cubes and getting them coated in flour so it doesn't stick to your hands later. What's the white cube? So we got a mix of unsalted butter as well as lard. I don't use vegetable lard, I use animal lard, tender flake. But I've now been told by some of our European viewers that they don't have access to that stuff there. I said maybe the butcher shop might have like some rendered blocks that you can buy. Fluffing? One thing about us here, Shecht. Cooking and innuendos kind of go like hand in hand. I mean, there is a limit to them, obviously. Like, don't direct it to the streamer or anyone in chat, but it's fun to giggle about those things. We're all kind of adults here. I'm actually super torn, Cookie, about the breakfast spot we're going to on Sunday. Because we're doing like super long stream tomorrow, right? For barbecue. You know it is when we pick up a brisket. So then one thing we always try and do after the long streams is not cook. Give yourself a little break. And so how I stumbled upon this restaurant, it's called Pure and Simple, is I've actually picked up like a skip the dishes delivery from there. And that's how I was scoping out restaurants for like a long time after not being here. It looked great, super clean inside. Saw some of the dishes go out and it looked really good. Like, breakfast is pretty simple, right? Okay, this feels good. So then our next step, I'll kind of show you the motion and then you'll be able to see once I start doing it quicker, is I will take this and basically like take my thumbs and just squish everything against my fingers, kind of like flaking the butter. Baki, do I like Indian food? I love Indian food. And we're just gonna do this over and over till like basically all of the fats have been flaked up into the flour. You don't have any big cubes left. Scaramouche, thank you for the biddies. Keeping the amount uneven, as we would expect. Wait, so my DoorDash delivery is just a cover for me spying on restaurants? Yes. It was so perfect. Someone try the bowl of deluxe hot chocolate. I did see that they offered it in a bowl and I was like, excuse me? Oh, Redbeard, you've been? See? Pure and Simple is great. You love it because they offer turkey bacon. There you go. What's a boost train? So what's happening? Oh yeah, Sam doesn't even know. He's been so out of the loop. So a boost train is something that is offered to some Twitch streamers. And what it does is it boosts an amount of, or it boosts the stream to X amount of viewers, depending on the level. Anonymous sneaking in with 5 gifties, and look at Bubs got in there. We're boosting. So now where are we at? Cookie, I missed your 991. So now we're at 1,700 recommendations. Welcome in BB Bubs! As well as our Westervy. Est Disorder. We got Jimmy Jam 227 as well as Viking Oreo. I know most of those names. Yep, that's the way she goes here, man. Honored to have you part of the kitchen crew. And you even have like a blue cleaver. Let's go. So yeah, now we've been boosted to 1,700 people, which if you guys know the like recommendations panel on the left side of Twitch, we would be up there to the 1,700 people. We don't know who they are, but we just hope that they maybe click on that. It's interesting for sure. And like the feature that I think really works well to go with the boost train is like having the chat highlight messages for like the first time chatters. It's like, hey, did you find me through the boost train? Exactly. What, chat? I think the highest we've gotten is like 3,500. So we're just working the fats right now. Just like zone into it. I will say my hands are like very strong for a female and like large. So doing these tasks, this is probably why I always say I cook like a Nona, is like quite easy for me. So maybe if you had like smaller hands, possibly use a food processor or something like that to help you. There's just something different about being able to feel the texture of the pie dough. And then this is something that they taught us in culinary school, is knowing how to do it from scratch, and then from there, you can kind of like, I don't like saying cheat, but use a little helping hand and use an appliance if you want. But it's very important to know how to do it by hand first, because maybe we won't always have appliances to use. Aw, thanks so much, Scoots. Yeah, feel free to ask away any questions about Kitchen League. Also a good recap, like BB Bubs did a recap this morning. If you want to see maybe a judge's perspective, go watch his VOD. They rated into us. Okay, sounds good. Creme delish. Thank you for the lurk, friend. I know, life happens. I think it would be more difficult if you kept doing the bodybuilding. I think so. Yeah, like as much as bodybuilding like builds up your hand strength, at the same time it like, so it builds your muscles, but I would say weakens like your ligaments and tendons. We're getting there though. I think we're almost over halfway already. And then the more we work it, like the more the fats kind of soften up, and it's not too difficult to do this. I'm really not pressing hard here. Thank you, Anonymous. 4 Bitleys? Where's the alert at? Yeah, it went by so quick. So quick. Another cool thing I got to do at TwitchCon for being like part of the Women's Alliance is we got to be like front row for the opening ceremony on the Friday. So that was really fun experience. Never did that before. Your alerts were pretty delayed today. Okay. Thank you for making me aware of that. Always appreciate knowing. We are such a tight-knit crew. Nice. Okay, we got liftoff. Let's do this. Thank you for the level 3 chat. Oh, it's good to be back. 1,700 people we got recommended to. So if we get any new chatters, let's make sure we welcome them in. That's what we do. Yeah. Yeah, I've been part of the Women's Alliance for, I think since they started, actually. I was one of the first few. And it was super cool because, like, within that, if you guys know who Minnesota Taz is, which pretty sure all of you guys do, well, his wife Hot Dish is also part of it. So that's, like, how I ran into her and Taz. It was so cool. Okay, I'm happy with how this feels. Like I said, we don't have any more, like, really big cubes of fat. But say the maximum size we're looking for is, like, the pea size. No, that's often recommended in a lot of pie recipes. So then from here, Samo, are you good in the moment? Can you be my water guy? Can you be my water boy? Yeah, it was super cool. And like, we got a Twitch hoodie from the Women's Alliance. It was really fun. That's where I posted the little like drink that they made for us. I need 240 mils, please. I made a mistake. I didn't take my wedding ring off while we were doing the pastry. RIP. We usually do that. But you can see, like, even after all that, it's not really, like, stuck to my hand at all. And then kind of de-dust. And then this is where we switch back to spatula. I'll get Sam to, like, pour a bit of water around. And then I'll mix it up a bit. And we're really trying to add as little water as possible. The more water you add to your pie dough, actually the more tougher it makes it. And if I know this recipe, actually, I always have to add a touch more flour rather than less water just because of the fat ratio. So I'm gonna do that as well. A break after this one. Another thing that I would like to maybe start utilizing on stream is that guest star program, if anyone's heard of it. I think we can do something really cool together though. Even with like cooking. Like we can literally do like cook-alongs with that new program. So I told Taz that he's gonna have me as a guest on his stream and he's gonna teach me his souffle from the first. Okay, just keep mixing. I'm trying to not have it all in like one big clump. Would having a tougher crust be better for savory pies? I don't think so. Like if you get the proper crust, you don't want it tough because then I always find it's hard to eat. Like, have we all had that one pie or whatever that had a crust that was so tough that like when you cut it with your fork, it went flying off of the plate? Sure, we've all had that experience. So that's what I'm trying not to do. And then also like the more we work the gluten, the same thing will happen. There's like such a fine line to making proper pastry. That's a good idea. I would love to do something with you as well, Bubs. Also, look at this lighting. The sun's out. The sun's visiting us.
Finally.
Like maybe if Bubs and I do cannabis stuff, people would be less angry. It's 2 versus however many people. Come at us. Okay, so this side's feeling good. And then don't pour it all. I think we're good now. So I always leave just like a very small amount of water. Everyone say thanks, Samo.
Welcome.
Making him work for his own pie. See what I did there? Okay, now scrape this off. I would say most of the liquid's mixed in. Yeah, flying off the plate, or yeah, the loud thing, like, tank, with the fork. I'm glad he's back safe and sound, too. Also, I may or may not have applied to go work for the same company. Maybe not at the same location. So I'll let you guys know how that goes. Might be making a change here coming up. Oh, damn. I have a phone interview on Monday. I've not been in the kitchen since 2019. Okay, so now I'm feeling for like all the lumpies.
It's so easy.
And then I'm breaking up the lumps, because like I said, we don't want to work the gluten too much in the pie crust. And then also feeling like the dry bitties. And then in a moment here, we'll start like kneading it all together. So see how that like already looks flaky as I'm pulling it apart? Doing it. Yeah, get him back here. He can let you know how it went. Okay, so now, see how I'm just like getting the dry bits absorbed? We do have extra water to use. Like I said, we're always trying to use as little as possible. Okay, we're gonna need a bit more. I still didn't do all of it. Well, over the years, like, we've come to learn that working in restaurants in a city is like kind of a trap. It's kind of a trap in a way. Like, you still have to provide your own transportation to the restaurant. Sometimes the restaurants don't even include food into your day, so then you're stuck paying to literally feed yourself while working in the kitchen. Not a lot of places offer benefits either. So that's why I say like it's kind of a trap. So learning this new experience has been pretty eye-opening for us. And we know it's not something we have to do forever. But as far as like being able to work in our culinary career, I don't think there's been a better option. Like when you make, what, almost like close to double of what a chef's salary is by just making sandwiches. Like what?
And then you make TikToks of making your sandwiches and they blow up.
Okay, so now I'm being more rough. And you can actually start, like, press it. We'll see our masterpiece come together.
Bro, I'm almost at 4 million views on making PB&Js. So many people are angry. So many people are happy.
Way too much peanut butter, bro. This is the way, exactly. See how it's coming together? We made a good one. Look like a ghost today. Perfect. It's spooky season. It's more about pressing it than like kneading it like how bread is, right? We're trying to press the layers together, not necessarily work the gluten. You have a bit more water, so I think I'll just pour that last bit. We can take it. What this is also telling me is it's become a lot drier here since the last time I made pie. So where we live in the prairies, it's a very dry climate. So a lot of times, gotta add more moisture than what your baking recipes call for. Whereas like before when we were on the island, it was always way less. Okay, now we're just working on basically absorbing all of the dry bits. I'm gonna take this out. We'll do a little bit on the cutting board together.
Mish!
Hi, Mish! It's good to have you. Blood Oak already complained about feta for you today. I said that's fair. That's fair. Thanks for the 27-month resub. You guys have been crushing me all day. And they're like so long. So long. Where did the time go? I missed you guys too. It didn't feel weird. Like I literally had no anxiety today being like, oh, I have to stream? I was like, yes, I get to stream. That was another thing that like maybe a break helped with. Okay, so boom. Basically clean. And then because we're like making a very big batch, I'll probably split this into 4. Take that. I do have a bench scraper to use. Snuck that out without putting crumbs everywhere. And then I always do like to kind of split it once we've compacted it. Because you can see like what we're working towards here. So it almost looks like biscuit dough, right? The way that the layers are there. That's what you want. That's what you want. So then from here, I actually turn it and then we'll smash it the other way into discs. And then she has to rest. So that's why I always make the pie dough first. Let her rest for like minimum half an hour. I usually go to 45 minutes. And then during that time, we just get all the filling stuff ready to go. Proper amount of peanut butter. Oh man, some of those comments, dude. Hilarious. So boom. This is so much. I'm in. We'll probably have extra pie dough to go in the freezer. And then for these little crummies, just take where we cut it. And that'll absorb back in. And then we just form it into disc to help it stay round later when we roll it out. I might do a little bit of kneading with this one because sometimes the layers don't want to hold together. Yeah, duck and cover. Hide. She found us. Last little one. Absorb the bitties. Oh, there's some on the back side too. We'll just smash it then. Smash it. Drive-by feta-ing. We need more feta recipes. We still have the whole bucket to use up. I don't know if I'm happy with this currently, so I'm just gonna break it apart and sandwich it. And then redo it. And I will tell you this. You would much rather have a more moist pie dough at this point than a more dry pie dough. Because you got to think about later when we roll it out, we use a bit of flour. So if your dough is already dry to begin with, the flour is going to make it crack even more. And you'll probably run into some issues. So I'd rather have it a bit more wet here and just have the flour wick away that moisture with the rolling pin. And then, yeah, these look a bit scraggly right now, but when we pop it in the plastic for the fridge, that's usually when I smoosh it a bit more. May you please grab that for me? It's right there.
Haven't been here for a bit.
I know, that's why I say.
Hey, look, it's the same box that have at work.
Yeah. And so just try and take like just what you need. Wrap it up a couple times. Boop. Pop that there. Flip it.
This is definitely my favorite sandwich I made. It was a Reuben.
Put it here.
It was a Reuben.
It was a Reuben.
So good.
Hi, date night in. I'm like flinging Fido. How's it going, guys? And Flower, good to see you. Thank you for the 29 months in a row. So many long-term resubs. I told you I got that for free on chocolate day when I went grocery shopping.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you can see how it's kind of scraggly. Just give it a little smush. And then we fold over the edges and you can smush it a bit more. And then so you can see when I smushed it, how like the edges crack a bit. That's why we're resting this. So if you go to roll it out now, everything's gonna crack. And you'll get frustrated. And that's not fun. We still love the chicken wing song. We may have had chicken wings for dinner last night. They were delicious. Chicken wings and salad. 'Cause health. I will say, like, as far as pie making goes, pecan pie is one of the easiest. Like, you mix up your little custard stuff, and then you just sprinkle your nuts on and you're like good to go. There's no fooling around with a top crust, nothing like that. Pecan pie's your fave. So this recipe we've made for a good couple years now. And it's from the Texas State Fair. So it won like the State Fair contest way back when. And then I just make my own pie crust to go with it. But Sam loves it, and like it took me probably like 3 or 4 other pecan pie recipes before he was like, okay, this is the one. So he's a bit of a connoisseur. We were talking about feta pie earlier, and we kind of settled on like quiche. Would be really yummy. Or like if you think about it, spanakopita can be a sort of feta pie with spinach. Yeah, save the recipes. Save the recipes. I would not tell you to if they didn't work. But since you love it as well, try it out and let me know what you think. This crust is gonna be amazing. And so then you can like see, turn this down one now. You can kind of see the swirls in there, right? With the fats, it looks kind of marbled. That's what we want. You can tell my hands are a bit warm today. But we did it. So first, like I would say that is the hardest part of making a pie at home, is making the crust, but I always make extra. Yeah, Sally is probably my favorite baking blog ever. There's gotta be close to 100 recipes in our Discord from her. Would you say that now that you're back from TwitchCon that you are a connoisseur? Yes. I successfully did a second TwitchCon and like by myself. I didn't get injured at all. Couple blisters, but we can deal with that. Sally's so good, right? Holy cooker dog. She's back. Okay, I'm just gonna go wash my digits. I'll be right back. You get sync ASMR. Oh, he was still streaming. Hitch was still streaming. I wasn't sure. That's why I was like, hi, you made it. Good to see you. Caspro, my dude, how's it going? Thank you. It's great to be back. He literally just got there. Amazing timing. I was like, I'm gonna go get my stuff early because I don't like waiting in line. So that was just like the best coincidence. And then we ran into each other a couple times after that. I bugged him at the partner party. He's like literally loading up his plate with ravioli. He's like, hey, don't watch. I was like, hey, I won't. Oh, Trev. Yeah, lots of people don't know like our history together. It was like Sam has picked him up twice on the island. Cooked for him, maybe got him a little tipsy. Legendary human. He got to experience some of my crazy driving one morning when you're taking him like back to the ferry. Takes a bit to wash all the fats off your hands, but now you have really soft hands after that. Perfect. Who needs hand cream when you have butter and lard? These are the chef tips that no one talks about. Let's see how dirty I get today not wearing an apron. Plus, who bakes wearing black? Couldn't have chose a worse color. But so far, so good. That's all we got so far? Not bad. He is totally one of a kind. Like, person you meet, he like feels like he's my brother. Like, you've known him forever. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say is like, Kate, I never would have found you if it wasn't for Hitch. Solid tip right there. Back in Black. I used to jam out to that song. In like, for sure it was still the 90s because I was born in 91. My cousins had like a sweet basement set up with like crazy colored floodlights and stuff. So when our parents got together, we would jam the AC/DC downstairs. Like air guitar off the couches and shit. I mean, no we didn't. We never did anything like that. Okay, there's a little bit of sticky bit, so I'm just gonna grab another bench scraper to take that off. And then we'll put the pie crust in the fridge. Perfect. And when you make pies, you really don't make too much of a mess or dishes either, so that's nice. And I'll just do a wiperoo. What's that song again? That's Beatles, right? How many 6-inch pies will we get? I think it depends on our amount of pecans that we have, actually. And I can also tell you this from experience, you can put too many pecans in a pecan pie. It messes with the like texture and all of the like sugar and stuff ratios. Not that good, so don't try and sneak more nuts in. So it'll actually taste worse. You'll only learn that once and then never do it again. Because then you're like eating this pie that should be delicious, but then you're sad. Beatles. Or the Stones. See? Sometimes it gets jumbled. Cheese. My dude. I will tell you, your name came up at TwitchCon. We are missing ya. We never forget you either. We always say we love how, like, when you talk about pizza or just cheese, it's like he appears, and it's the best. It's the best. I had a very yummy pizza this week already. I'm kind of pizzaed out. But when you said, like, the tomatoes in the pie reminded me of tomato pie that I've made before, because I know that's, like, an American thing. who's had tomato pie before? Because it was way better than I expected. Way better. Okay, when we put this in the fridge to rest, if you do have a lot like me, just unstack them, because otherwise it won't really get cold in between the layers because it's super heavy. It's a weird prospect. Yeah, you have to like make it whatever you want it for yourself. Trust me, I am like hugely introverted, so that was a big feat for me to be there, especially on my own. Wasn't always like easy to do the things I did, but when you do the hard things, you just can do more hard things. And then like getting to meet like people like BB Bubs and like all the other food and drink streamers, awesome humans. Like never felt more comfortable in my life. Grabbing a hand towel. A hand wiper. Is smoking frozen meat a terrible idea? What is the meat, Mr. Squiggles? Let's have a chat. Okay. Oh, I probably should have kept that butter over here because I think it goes in the filling. We got our pecan nuts. Let's have a nut tip real quick. These are the things I love to say on Twitch. The sus things. Pro tip, I always keep my like nuts, seeds, etc. in the freezer if you have space. Obviously you can see the freezer bag once we open it, but they'll last so much longer. So a lot of people aren't aware like how much fat is inside of nuts and seeds. And that's what's gonna make them go bad very quick, especially if you live in like a warm climate. I'm probably not too bad here, maybe in the summer. But yeah, keep it in the freezer, it'll just last so much longer. You're welcome. And yeah, like Palooza said, only put my nuts in the freezer in the summer. It works. I'd probably be okay like going through the winter without. Smoking frozen meat, or should you just sous vide it instead? You're thinking maybe ribs? Something weird's gonna happen, I feel. Yeah, like, is it, you're literally like taking it out of the freezer and putting it on the rack? Only gotten them stuck once. And then, so these are already halved, and I don't usually cut up the pecans any smaller than that. I really like it when the nuts are large. Just thaw it out first. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think you messed up. You forgot it. You forgot a step, taking the meat out of the freezer. It just seems bad, no matter if it's sous vide or not. Just in general for meat. As a trained chef, it's really going against everything I know. Like, probably choose something else, right? Like, that's what I typically do. If I forget to take out a thing, I'm just not gonna make the thing that day. Because, like, that's on me. I messed up. Yeah, I'm really wondering about that part of it, Cookie. Is, like, it's gonna be hot in one area and then, like, really cold in another area. I just don't see the meat cooking very nicely. Like, by the time the inside's gonna be cooked, the outside's probably gonna be very, like, dry, right? I've never done it before, so I'm also not the best person to ask, I suppose. You can thaw meat quickly, so then I guess we can talk about that. Totally date night in. One good thing about my community is they often don't clip the bad things like that, or like the sus ones. So yeah, you can take your meat, thaw it under cold or running water. I mean, we were raised with meat just being left on the counter, right? You take it out of the freezer before you go to work, you come home and you cook it. Well, I've never died from that, right? So there are ways, but the best way to thaw meat or literally anything quickly from the freezer is under running water. That is the safest. That is what you're taught in school. But they still don't recommend it. Still the best thing to do is take whatever it is out of the freezer, pop it in the fridge, and it does take a couple days to thaw in the fridge. But thawing things slower is better than thawing things quicker. Yeah, now I gave you the idea, see? Scoots. Cheese, Brandy's family totally subscribed to the just thaw it on the counter for hours mentality, and it is so sketch. Like I said, I haven't died. That's what I was like kind of raised on, but everyone does it. Look at the sunlight. We're having a chat on Twitter about like the hardest part of producing a stream, and almost everyone said lighting. I said some days I'm like fighting the sun. Today's that day. I have no lights on right now and I'm a ghost. Got into a habit of putting in the fridge for 24 hours. That's the best. And like even after that 24 hours, take it out for like up to 3 hours on the counter and it'll thaw way quicker. It's okay, Scoots. Love when you guys use your outside voices inside. Thaw it on your dashboard in July? That's just not sanitary, man. Chimkin wings. It's so hard. Like some days it's just perfect lighting in here. Others, there is no balance. So then we just carry on. I just got dropped this in front of me. A bowl, this is how you know you're loved. A bowl of deboned chicken wing flats. So I guess I have to eat that. And then we'll bring our pecan pie filling together. Because we are, let me set this timer. I said minimum 30 minutes to rest the dough. But I do like a 45 is a bit nicer to roll it out, I find. Does anyone else's partner do this? It's nice to have Sam back.
There's no knuckle or nothing in them either, so they're just kidding.
No, I don't want him to chew it for me too. I didn't even ask for this. It just got put in front of me. I'm laughing at you being out of zucchini in Canada because that's all I see here. Like every gardener, anyone that I know that gardens is just like posting the zucchini that's like the size of their entire arm. There is no shortage over here, Mish. Now you want some wings? It's a good little snacker in between because we're not really cooking like lunch today on stream. How do you sell out a zucchini on a Friday? How do you just sell out a zucchini in general? That's like one thing that's always stocked here. You would, Reno. I would allow that. Cooker dogs, like those are for me, right?
Cheese.
And so, quick talk about the next TwitchCons, because they're both changing locations next year. So apparently the European one is moving to Paris, which I don't really understand, but that's fine. Probably just to have a bigger convention center was my thought. And then the American one's going to Vegas. Yeah, in Vegas. So I was like talking to some other streamers.
So Vegas for 2023, you can watch F1 and go to TwitchCon?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's in the same time frame.
So Twitch actually like owns a lot of things around Vegas, I guess, which is why they're probably moving there. Like they are partnered with like Thursday Night Football there and things like that. So interesting. Paris is an awesome city. I just can't imagine all of the Parisians with all of us, though. Oh, no, no, no.
Well, I can imagine. Oh, very well.
All of the baguettes. They're gonna hate Twitch by the end of it. The poor Parisians. Vegas is so easy for us to get to, and I think it's actually a direct flight for once. Shh, don't say that part, Reno. Life is a paradox. There's always gonna be bad things and there's always gonna be good things, right? But if we always focus on the bad things, well then we might miss the good things. Need an east-west type of thing. True, yeah, that'd be interesting too. TwitchCon Winnipeg. I saw the craziest Instagram reel yesterday of someone in Churchill, Manitoba. Like literally they were filming the Aurora Borealis and they're like, you ever seen it while it's right above you? And they just like turn the camera. Another dimension.
I have. Crazy. See? I knew you needed it.
I did a great cook on those yesterday.
You did a great cook on those yesterday.
Chicken wang-a-lang dangs. Ovenized. Easy. Wonder if it's the same time frame of the concert festival. So I did notice this TwitchCon was like a week or 2 weeks after the previous year's one. Because the previous year we went on like September 27th to the 29th. Where this was October 7th to 9th. We don't know that yet, right?
Just got two left. Two left, everyone. Cheer her on. She can do it. She can do it.
They're so good.
That's happening.
I thought that was you.
No.
Cooker Dog's like, I will help. You let me know. Her face right now.
Got it, dear.
Just a small one left. Mmm.
Oh, whiskey mustard sauce.
Mmm.
Sounds good. Not for me. Sounds good.
It's like, did you just hear the words that came out of his mouth? Mustard sauce sounds good. We got a new Sammy.
Hey, it sounds good. I don't have to eat it.
Sounds good, Cheese. Like I said, we're always happy to have you around. You are definitely missed.
Dude, taco rice bowl looks fantastic.
You got me craving that. I'm probably gonna make it next week now. Have I done wings on stream before?
Yes.
Not very many times. Did we deep fry them?
Yes.
We deep fried them in the wok.
We can always do oven wings.
Oven wings are okay.
You got screams.
Chicken leggies with your last tomatoes and rice. Commoners, I mean, I don't think you can purchase this. So this was our partner gift. This was our partner gift if you attended TwitchCon.
And the mana water container and thing.
Oh, yeah. And then at the partner party, I also got some other things. Got like an amazing tumbler from Mana, as well as a battery pack. Got all sorts of goodies. I'm glad I went there with extra space in my bag. But she was literally jammed. I was 3 pounds over. I was like in San Diego. I was like, I know it's over. But my husband's a veteran, so he's like, it's fine. I was like, yes. I just put it up top. Hey, pecan pie. And that was even with emptying my suitcase for Bonk. I'm glad I blew his mind with the Hawkins cheesies. Celtic, how have you been, friend? 6 months in a row? Halfway to a 1 year? How's your favorite chef? That's adorable. We're doing good. I mean, I did wear my watch most of the time in San Diego, Cookie. You do know that, like, between the 2 IRL streams that we did those days back to back was like 30 kilometers in itself. So I can definitely go back and look. and see kind of our average every day. Excuse me, what did I see? So, like, one of the Twitch producers for TwitchCon, Zachary, who also did, like, the Kitchen League stuff, did a tweet yesterday. He did, like, an insane amount of steps during TwitchCon, like 96,000 or something in, like, the 3 days. So it's easy to, like, walk too much. And, like, I did notice the signage and stuff at TwitchCon this year was terrible. Like, even personally myself, I got lost so many times because the sign would, like, point you one way and then there would just be nothing at the end of the hallway. Weird. So yeah, surprising amount of steps. She used spiced rum and brown sugar in place of dark Caro syrup. It was fantastic. Yeah, you can always, like, switch up the sugars. Just, like, don't... You want to make sure that whatever sugars you're switching will definitely end up with the same texture. If you're gonna have corn syrup in the pie, you can switch it out for maple syrup, another liquid form of sugar. Okay, we're fed, we're watered. Open fire Dutch oven cooking? Are you, like, hanging it off of the chain and such? Or are you just gonna build, like, a little rack for your Dutch oven over the fire? That's so fun. And that's another thing we talked about is Sam and myself, we just want to teach more people how to cook with fire, but more like in person. So we're definitely looking forward to visiting you guys in the truck. It's just something special about, like, going caveman. Okay, so we're gonna double the filling, pretty sure. Just set it on the coals, nice. Yeah, Lodge will be perfect for that. Put some coals on top. Do you know what you're gonna make inside? Okay, so for one pie, it's 1.5 cups of pecan halves. We do. I would say we definitely have, like, 3 cups worth. I can pour it out into a container just to see. 1.5 sticks of cold, unsalted butter. Why is it cold? What do we do? We melt the butter anyways, so why does it have to be cold? That's literally the first step. This is why I test the recipes. You're making 2 things, cornbread for dinner, and then chocolate dump cake for dessert. I've made that before. Chocolate dump cake is delicious, even though it sounds hilarious. Those will be 2 really good things. And yeah, because you're, like, kind of baking, you'll definitely need to pop some coals on top to make your oven of sorts. Okay, so medium saucepan, we melt the butter and then we add our brown sugar, our white sugar, corn syrup. There is a bit of milk as well as flour in the filling recipe for the pecan pie. The flour just helps everything set up, but you really don't taste it later. And then a little bit of vanilla. And we just want the mixture to come to a boil. So it's important that we don't really have a grainy, sort of sugary mixture going into the pie crust. I also don't do a pre-bake on my pie crust ever. I just bake it all together and it works great. So we skip a step. And that's just one thing that we learn after doing this for so long. 2 times devil food cake mix, chocolate chips, marshmallows, 2 cans of Sprite. That's wildly different from the dump cake I made, but sounds simple. Hopefully not too sweet. The Sprite is worrying me for sweetness. But Devil's food cake should be chocolatey enough to cover that up. Okay, and then one more step for the pecan pie. So we got, like, most of our sugars and everything first with the butter, and then on the side we're gonna beat a bunch of eggs and then slowly mix in the hot mixture into the eggs. Do not cook the eggs. You will literally end up with scrambled eggs inside of a sugary custard. It is gross. It's gross. I've almost pushed it to that point. Don't do it. If as you're whisking in your hot sugar to the eggs, you notice that they're like literally starting to cook and turn white, you gotta stop and let this stuff cool off a bit more. Do not go farther because you'll have to start over and throw everything out. It's not something that you can just like, if you're like, oh, I scrambled the eggs, I'll just strain it out. Well, that was literally what's gonna hold your filling together. So if you just strain out all the eggs, there's nothing in there for it to combine with, right? So there is no easy fix. You literally have to start over. And yeah, another thing I've learned about pecan pie is you don't bake it until it's like literally set. There should be a very small jiggle in the center. If you bake it till it's completely set, it does make like the sugary custard very dense and almost kind of like dry. So definitely kind of under bake it. I'll show you guys what to look for later. And it'll turn out better, and then as it cools, it'll finish kind of cooking through that middle and set up so nice. A huge gooey brownie. You got one serving this week when you did it for the Scouts. Ah! I was in Girl Scouts or Girl Guides. Good times back then. Okay, let's see how much pecans we're working with. Do we need to do a pie poll really quickly? I think we often do them, but they're always fun. What's everyone's favorite pie? Oh man, do we have to start with like sweet and then go savory? Okay, so there's like over 4 cups of pecans. That's more than we'll ever need for today. Just pack the rest of this up. And then we'll get our little burner set out, and I'll go grab the butter again. What, 1.5 sticks? 1 stick of butter is 1/4 pound, right? Or is it 1/2 pound? We don't have sticks in Canada. It's 1/4? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, that'll be so fun, Celtic. Yeah, 1 stick of butter is 1/4 pound. Okay. That. We have our yummy organic eggies. Flour's there. We need vanilla. Corn scissor. Brown sugars. Oh, wait. Do I have molasses still? Don't know. We'll see. I might throw a little bit of molasses in. You have sticks in Ontario. Yeah, there's less and less sticks the farther west you go. It's interesting, Gaffel. Yeah, it is. We also don't have big milk here, so there's that. Oh, we'll never forget that. I think I gotta put molasses on the list. And that's okay. Got one more place to check. Maybe 2. That's my Asian bin. Okay, blackstrap. Going on the list. Sam's just copy-pasting into chat. He's like, my bad. Okay, so I use this app for my grocery list. It's called Bring. I'll show you again. And it works so good. So Sam and I can like add stuff. You can see at the top there we're like paired. And so as soon as I add a thing, it like notifies him. It's like, yo, Kate added a thing. And that way, either way, if someone goes to this store, everyone knows what's happening. You can't be like, well, I didn't have the list. Blink twice. Are you okay? I think he's great. I think he's just great. Okay, butter. So you need like half a pound then. This might be it. I'll bring another one. Boom. So that's what we're starting with. So we can measure the butter first. Get it going, melting on the side. What do we have out here that you don't have in Ontario? Sam's probably better knowing than me. 'Cause I've only really been to Ontario, like to actually experience it, I would say once. Was there a couple times in my youth for like soccer tournaments, but that was for soccer, not life things. Okay, so like medium saucepan for sure. And all we're heating up is the butter and the sugars. I might go one larger. It is nice to have a deeper pot for this, because as we bring the filling up to a boil, it kind of likes to splash sometimes, or like bubble and splatter. Can be a bit scary. So definitely choose like a deeper pot than a more shallow one. Yeah, that was a good one. Bam. Okay, so you need half pound. You could put the app on your phone, Mary, and hubby would still never follow it. I'll have some words with him. Okay, so our butter always has this on the side. Okay, that's like perfect. Just like a little bit more. We're going with this. Bam. Let's go like medium-high heat to get it melting. So between the crust and the filling for the pecan pie that we're making today, we used a whole pound of butter. Gaffel is so upset at me. Okay, I'll look at them next Thursday. Hopefully they're still there. Watch their like disappear now. Crunch Masters. That's what you were looking up, Samo, because look. So that's why I have on the list vodka for vanilla, because everyone just told me to like, I was probably just gonna fill it up like 3/4 of the way with vodka and then turn that back into my vanilla paste. Or we can buy more of the dried stuff and throw some of the dried bits into there too with the vodka. But I think we'll be making our own vanilla from now on. So 2020, we bought it on October 31st. We bought it on Halloween. $95 for this bottle. So that also shows how long it's lasted. Is over 2 years. Over 2 years, and I still have more. But it's $229 for the same product. Yeah, who's been taking shots? Greed, I tell ya. Straight greed. Okay, let's see our other sugar amounts. Don't forget to double it up. So 3 cups of brown sugar. The eggs over here for now. 3 cups of brown sugar. Yeah, good cooker dog. So I know this container is 4 cups. I'll only fill it up to 3. Yeah, like I bought Sam a super nice bottle of tequila for way cheaper than what the vanilla costs. Like, hello? That is true, though. That is true. Like, energy always comes from somewhere, right?
Yeah, but vanilla was 100 bucks.
I think it's just more shocking because they did it all at like one time, raising the prices. It's not like they did it gradually and no one really noticed. And then we always pack our brown sugar. I'm just using the big so it doesn't stick to my hand. That's actually perfect. Don't even need to get into there. 3 cups. I would say for any Canadians as well, basically like making butter tarts, right? Pecan pie, basically just a massive butter tart. So if you have extra filling, you can always throw like other nuts in there or raisins if you're that human. Pack it, why? Because if you don't pack it down, it's not an accurate representation of how much we have. Brown sugar is like very fluffy and you can get a lot of air trapped in there. So that's why we pack it. One bourbon bottle, 10 to 15, and you don't even use grade A vanilla beans, grade B. And you pressurize it. So I have a pressure cooker too. And so then you release the pressure and then you just add sugar to it and then you have vanilla. Bottle it right away. Interesting. Yes, we do. If there's anything about the prairies, if men can be loud about things that they care about, they will. Whether it's their trucks, hockey, anything. Okay, how much corn syrup? So they say light corn syrup, but I always choose golden. Because somehow the white one just makes me feel odd. Okay, our butter's melting. Can you hear the bubbles? Oh, we even need white sugar. Okay, so we need 1 cup of light corn syrup or golden. I'll show you what I use to measure because this is so dang handy. It's from Pampered Chef, but I know people have gotten them from other places too. So it's basically like a push pop. I usually go this way or this way. I think it's that way. Okay, so we need 1 cup, which is like basically all the way at the bottom to this blue line. And so that's gonna be 1 cup of corn syrup, and then all we do to take it out is push the bottom, and you're not stuck having to like scrape it out of a bowl or anything like that. Torino. Why would you need brown sugar plus corn syrup? It's to get the proper consistency when everything is baked together. It can't be too like thick with just sugar in general because then it'll get like crispy. But it can't be too thin with too much corn syrup because then it'll be watery. Doot. So I also use this for things like peanut butter and other sticky bits. And we'll just put that to the side for now. Dunzo. The vanilla we'll just pour in when needed. We need, so 1.5 cups of granulated sugar. And it's like the same with when you bake cookies, is a lot of recipes will have brown and white sugar. And that's because if you use straight white sugar, that's what gives you a crispy cookie. If you use straight brown sugar, your cookie is gonna be very soft and chewy. So using both together gives you like the crispy outer cookie, but then the soft middle that like basically everyone loves. Making pecan pies makes you question a lot of things, right? Never been truer words, Paloozer. The butter's almost done melting, then you can add some other stuff. I'll bring up the burner so that we can do it together. That's why I've been measuring over here. I don't like to stand around. So this is a 2-cup measure. That's my 1.5 cups. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off for a moment. Make some space over here. You like crispy cookies? I know we still need a bit of flour. Bake them until brown, but they don't always get crispy. So yeah, just use like more white sugar than brown. And you'll have more crispy cookie. Don't spill the corn syrup, Kate. Do not. That's some sticky business. Okay, I'm being careful. The butter might get slightly browned, and I'm okay with that. Why does this smell so good? No, we don't deep fry cookies. They might fall apart. Okay, I think the first thing we'll add is the brown and white sugar. That was so risky of me to do. I could have spilled hot butter all over myself. Okay, that's this 30-minute timer as well on our pie dough. So now let's mix this. Turn the heat back on. I used a very like open whisk to do this because I know it gets a bit clumpy at first. Oh, there was some browned butter bits. Yum. Anytime you brown butter is not a bad thing. Just don't burn it. But brown butter is delicious. Sometimes makes people go like, hey, what did you put in here? And you're like, nothing. Nothing different. So then we just push our little push pop. Boom. And wipe the side off on the whisk. Beautiful. I know, it's like, where did all the butter go? Hello? Now that we added the corn syrup though, it's really gonna liquefy. Watch. Also turn this down a touch. And then we don't want to go too far from this, because like once sugar is warmed, it really holds the heat, and then the heat starts to climb very quickly. Hot sugar and butter is kind of terrifying. Okay, leave that for a moment. Yeah, dentist. Have you been eating pecan pie? Okay, next up. Oh yeah, a little bit of milk, a touch of flour, vanilla, and salt. And we just need it to come to a boil, it says. Yeah, if you're diabetic, probably the worst thing you can eat is this. Like, for sure, one of the worst things. And yeah, it might look like the little butter slick is sitting on top, but everything's gonna come together, especially when we combine it with the eggs. So I'll work on getting the milk and the flour and the vanilla. Maybe first we'll cross off the vanilla since it's here. Yeah, your last meal. Oh, Alton Brown also, like he sells it, Mary? Is that what you're saying? Our little push pop measuring cup? So this vanilla is pretty strong, the paste, so you can use a little bit less than they call for. But I know we're still doubling it up. And like such a good flavor in pecan pie with the nuts. Amazing. Thanks for the follow. It's my sugar daddy. This is the perfect stream for you. Mix that in. Was this like way back when Alton or newer Alton? Long ago Alton. So the one that I'm familiar with. Chocolate? I don't know what you're trying to say, friend. Chocolate? Yeah, old school Good Eats Alton. Probably one of the main humans that got me into cooking. Okay, we need like 6 tablespoons of milk, which I think I gotta actually go grab from the other fridge. 4 tablespoons of all-purpose flour, and we do want to measure these things. Like, you don't want to put too much flour and then your filling's too thick. I'll get that. He has a new cookbook? You know me and cookbooks. My bookcase is already full, but we always need more. At a Saturday market, there is a place with bacon in their butter tarts. You never had one, bought one, and you can't eat half a gooey butter tart. No, you really can't. Once you bite into it, you have to commit to the second bite. You ate the whole thing, but you didn't feel well. Yeah, just because of like your diabetes, probably. That's rough. It's funny because you always feel so good while you're eating it, right? Either the beans or that powder worked really good, Sam. The native vanilla powder. He's saying get the beans. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab a touch of milk. Maybe I'll just bring a little cup. A little cupper to pour in. Only 6 tablespoons. Chat, I'm gonna give this one last stir. It's only on like a medium-low heat, so I'm not too concerned. I'll run. I'll run. It's looking good though. It's getting smoother and smoother as it heats up. Yeah, we're always enticed by the bacon. Okay, BRB. The dog thinks all of this is for her. I see some bubbles? Nice. Okay, we'll do the milk first. 6 tablespoons of milk and then 4 tablespoons of flour. Because yeah, we're getting some bubbling. building up. Look at that. As soon as you touch it, it like bubbles. So magical. This is not a time to play with your food though. Everyone should be terrified of hot sugar and butter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's extra milk. There's extra milk. What does the milk do? I'm assuming it just helps with the consistency of the custard or the sugars. You can also see the butter floating around in there. And then really quick, before all the milk gets like absorbed, I'm just gonna turn this down and then get our little bit of flour. Say four tablespoons. It's really bubbling now. I told you once the sugar gets warmed, it's like totally holds the heat. And like kind of sprinkle the flour so you don't clump it up. Okay, now we'll be pretty aggressive to get that nice and smooth. But don't splash. It sounds like a cute bubbling cauldron. This is on lowest heat possible now. And then we still just gotta add some salt. If you notice some big lumps, you can go around the edge. Every time I've had like lumps like this, by the time we mix it with the egg, they all disappear. But I kind of like to treat it as like a roux, right? As we don't try and cook the floury lumps. Sometimes they don't disappear. This is the workout. Sam is printing stuff. I was like, why do I hear robot movements beside me? Is the printer turning into a transformer? We're almost there. The floury lumps will float. I'll tell you this, if you feel like you can't get your flour lumps out, probably strain it before you pop it in the egg. So I wouldn't try and strain it once you have it mixed with the eggs. Is comatose a sugar? Leave that for a moment. Pop a few things away. What up, Blondie? I saw your Discord message, dude. I still can't give you an answer yet because I got a job interview on Monday. So things are currently up in the air. But I will let you know as soon as I know anything further. All good. I thought so. I thought so. And yeah, I was talking to Chef de Partie. I like ran into him a bunch. while at TwitchCon, and he said, you want to meet up with him too? That would be fun. A job interview? I applied for a job like what Sam's doing. So I'll let you guys know about the changes that might be coming up. But taking a step back from stream is like always a blessing and a curse. And after doing this for 5 years, I don't know if I need like a little change in my life. I've been kind of feeling it for a while, and that might be it. What is Sam doing that I want to do? So he's like a contracted chef for the Canadian North. And they have like a bunch of, so it's a mining company. It's not like an oil company. So they have a bunch of different mines in northern Canada that they fly chefs up to cook for all of the workers for extended periods of time. And so like we talked about the pay earlier on stream with everyone, and like it is insane. So like we've both worked pretty high-end jobs before. I can change it to this if you guys want a different view, but I think this is okay. Yeah, like he's worked as an executive chef before. I've done sous chef, pastry chef, etc. I've never done exec chef because I've never wanted that responsibility. But just like the pay working out of town compared to being like stuck in the city, and now it seems like no one wants to feed you if you work in a kitchen, so you're like stuck going out to eat for lunch or like bringing your own lunch to a restaurant, which I just think is ridiculous. I would never run a restaurant like that. So like we've kind of been feeling trapped in the city. Like it's been very hard to get ahead. And yeah, just the way that he's been working has been amazing. And I think that would be a fun experience for me. I'm never gonna stop streaming, but I think like I said, taking a break is sometimes a blessing and a curse. It might give me more clarity for what I want to do for my content going forward. And as well, like with how the world is our goals are becoming harder and harder to achieve just with me doing this. I've definitely come to the realization that me trying to be a full-time streamer is like still just not profitable enough compared to having a full-time job. But I think this will work better because it's not really like a full-time job. So yes, I'm gonna be gone for like a couple of weeks at a time. But then when I'm back, like I don't have to worry about anything. I literally have time off and can like probably have energy to stream all the time. I know that we've been talking about getting our YouTube started, but it's just never been a thing. I don't know about like the job satisfaction part. Like Sam says it's like his favorite job that he's ever done. No, exactly, Blondie. And like that was the spot that he was at for catering. Okay, I see like two lumpies. I'm gonna turn it up now, bring it to a boil. And then we'll get the eggs going on the side. I can maybe take the pie doughs out to get them ready for rolling. And then everything will go into the oven. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how different that job is to restaurants. And yeah, after working in restaurants for like 12 years, I don't really want to go back to that lifestyle. It's so difficult. Unless you've done that work before, you just don't know. The feeling of working to pay someone else's bills is like not fun. Really? There's nothing good at the camp you were at? Okay, I'm good with this. I'll bring that up on the side. So it's 4 eggs per recipe. So 8 total. And then you just want to choose a bowl that everything's gonna fit into, right? Because this is getting poured into there. Yeah, just double check. 4 large eggs, so we'll do 8. And that's the other part is like, I know my skills And like, I feel like there's a lot of people who would also appreciate that in their life. I'm gonna choose a different whisk for the egg, something a bit finer so we can get it really like whipped up. Is he working for a camp company? Yes. Exactly, Celtic. Your MA, your mother-in-law is a safety manager for camps and catering company in YG. If things don't pan out with who Sam's working with. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that's a big thing, is like they're always looking for people that are like good, right? And so what I applied for was the breakfast baker position, mostly. Indiana's calling. I can't right now, I'm busy. Don't you know I'm live streaming? Okay, we're boiling. I'm happy, it looks smooth. Take that baby off the burner, and then to get it to cool off more, I'm gonna pop it up on a trivet. You can see back here, I got a little orange trivet up there. So just like get it off of the counter, right? So that's it for stovetop cooking. Next up is oven, so let's get this cleared away. I'm gonna wipe it. We got a little bit of flour on there. Just like the longer it takes us to build the truck and stuff, just the more things keep going up in price. It's like almost getting unattainable. But that is like a big goal for myself. I don't know if it's as big for Sam, but he will support me. But yeah, after like almost 5 years of going back and forth, trying to work and stream, trying to just stream, still never found the happy medium. And we've like changed our schedule so many times. Like I said, I'm not doing it forever, but to be able to do it for a small amount of time and get like way ahead compared to going back to work in a restaurant, it just makes sense. Yeah, 3 meats for supper every night and you wondered why. After a couple nights you discovered, take all 3. Probably only 1 is edible. That's terrifying. Like, if you're a chef and you make people sick, you should not be a chef. Egg time! Do you need a really big bowl? I think so. The biggest. Come back over here. Breakfast at the camp was fresher. It really depends on like who's making the stuff, right? Yeah, for sure. I will for sure keep you guys in the loop. But I mean, I think it's gonna go good. Because the first message back from like the hiring lady was like, I'm like very impressed with your experience. And then that made me feel pretty good. Going through your resume is always like a reminder of all the things we did and like what I'm still capable of. And then one thing that made me feel okay about like maybe doing this is the fact that we already have like an amazing Discord that's super active. Like I'll always be able to have internet, just maybe not be able to always live stream. We're still gonna be posting all the different things that we do up there. And it might even like bring more people in, you never know, right? Like a lot of people don't really get to see that side of restaurants. I know there's a couple like restaurant streams out there, but I think coming from like my perspective would be pretty cool. Yeah, I've met people that are also chefs on like private yachts and stuff. What a life. They literally just yacht around the world. You used to run the camp kitchen in your youth, Celtic. I don't know if you've ever told me that. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. Perfect. Just gonna do a rinse-a-roo over here. Sticky eggs. Cooked for 700 plus people one weekend. Had everything cleaned up on Saturday. Then the minister realized he hadn't picked up bread. They actually made the bread, see? Some powerful humans out there. No, like straight up Sam makes like 600 sandwiches a day. 2, 4, oh, it was 7. How did I, oh, because I thought it was an even row, that's what I did. It was not. Wait. We don't want to forget the egg. Because then the filling, I would imagine, gets like almost too buttery. See, what would I do without you guys? Told you not to use your indoor voice, Scoots. Boop, boop, boop. Now we'll mix them up. Now, there's definitely some things we still got to work out for that to happen. Like, I would love to be able to match up my shift to Sam's. Because so far, I don't think I'll be going up to the same place as him. I'll be going on my own. That's right, Scooter. Scooter, why didn't you get that email sent out this afternoon? I was helping Kate count her eggs, okay? Who would watch the dog? It's not our dog. So it's my bro's dog. She's just, that's why we call her Cooker Dog. She likes to hang out with us. Because my bro's partner works like weekend shift. So she's gone all weekend, which is awesome because while she's gone, my bro does a lot of shop work. And it's not very safe to have Astra over there. So because we still gotta roll out the crusts and our sugar is cooling off, we talked a lot about not scrambling these eggs. Just put this to the side and get ready to roll out. And then when we're done with that, because we can get all of our tins ready to fill with our pie crust in there. When we're done filling all those up with the crust, then we can combine the final filling because everything will be nice and cold, no scrambled eggs. It'll go into the oven. I really think it'll be like maybe 20-25 minute bake time only. Very, very quick. Gonna get rid of a few things and then away we go. Yeah, literally, like you'd be surprised how fast you can whip up bread. I love those kind of stories. You didn't just like give up. You weren't just like, well, guess we're not having bread. Oh yeah, these feel good. Feeling really good. Take out this other one. But I feel like one of the discs might be extra. And then we just need a little bit of flour and our rolling pin. Yeah, so much bread. I love those stories. I should have totally like I don't even know how that would be possible. If, like, as chefs, we kept tally of all of the things we've made through our career, just like total amounts, would be mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Okay, and then let's just remember, probably once we get the crust into the tins, we will turn on the oven to 350 Fahrenheit to get it preheating. One thing I never understand about recipes is like turning the oven on first thing and then just having it run and be hot for like an hour while you prep the food. I don't understand why that's always the first step. Should be one of the lasts. You made a lot of people sick once. That is still like one of the greatest fears. For me, for sure. I'm always trying to do everything properly so that you don't make somebody sick. Like, such a bad feeling. How to ruin someone's relationship with food. It's okay if you did. I mean, we all have things that we learn from. Look at this. Marbled pastry masterpiece. You just came in, Frank. Good timing. How's the 3.14 coming along? We are just getting ready to roll out our crust. And I really don't use a lot of flour. Do like this one little sprinkle. Give it a press. Done with that. Little sprinkle on top, and then I'll form the edges just a bit more so it's not too cracked when we roll it out. And so then when you take out your pie dough from the fridge, you should be able to like easily put a little indent with your finger in there. It's not easy to roll out pie dough if it's too cold, and then it's also not easy to roll out if it's too warm because it's gonna stick to everything. We'll stack that up. Away we go. So I always roll mine out to like a 1/4 inch thick. And then this pastry, it's like so flaky that it kind of flakes up almost like a croissant sometimes. So it really expands quite nicely. We really made a good mix, chat. This looks great. And yeah, I just turn it every now and then to keep it round. But actually, so we got this. We're gonna go more like kind of rectangular, let's say, because we're only doing this 6-incher, so we already kind of got that width. I'm gonna roll away from myself. We're gonna give this a flip and kind of drag it around through that loose flour. Nice, you even had a steamer to like proof the bread. No wonder you got it done so quick then. That is so handy. It literally looks like a marble masterpiece. We need more flour. I felt some stickage. Oh, I sprinkled myself. Yeah, I guess we never really talked on that one yet either, Frank, is like how pecans aren't very popular in Europe. Do you even have access to them there? And yeah, other than pecan pie, what would you say is America's favorite? Probably like apple? Apple would be my guess. There's like a little thing in there. Take that out. No, it definitely makes sense, Celtic. I mean, like, you probably blew some people's minds that day. making all that stuff. It's like people are capable, more capable than they think. Only the small bags, Lil? Okay, thanks for answering. These are the things we don't know. Okay, so I'm also feeling, as I'm rolling this out, to just keep it really nice and even all over. You might even get 3 tins from this. And all the way to the end. A little bit thick over here. Whoa. Trying to stick on this edge too. Okay, so let's measure. As American as apple pie and baseball, right? That was my thought. Cherry and peach. Apple, cherry, pumpkin. Pumpkin was another thought of mine too. 50 grams of pecans there cost $5? No wonder. I guess we do want it a little bit wider. Because these are pretty deep little pie tins here. Need that width. What is this now? Okay. Now I'll just do... Maybe a pizza cutter has been like my new favorite thing for cutting pastry. Go like there. Let's see how this goes. And yeah, the price of butter. We've still been living off that case of butter that Sam picked up. I really haven't made a dent in it. Now you just work this down into the crust. Or into the tin. Always push the edges down first. Fill it out. Ooh, just enough. Just enough. Okay, from here, oh, okay, camera. Not even warm. It's winter already. What, just because I'm selling the other camera, this one's like, I'm on the fritz. Frank, are you here today? Frank might be with us for stream back. Frank's our ghost. So pecans are less expensive in the Netherlands. Not too bad, blood oak, honestly, that price. So because we're using these tins, I don't think I'll crimp the crust. I think I'll just do the fork method. You always need to do something though. Yeah, Frank, you're here. So we always need to do something to keep the crust up above though, because sometimes when you bake the pie and you don't do enough around the edge of the crust, it'll like shrink down in. You'll literally have like no crust. So get that attached up there. If I was using like an actual glass pie pan, I would crimp it. Because I always leave a bit more crust as well around the edge. But for these mini ones, I think this will be great. Go boop. Okay, then you just go like this around. One, done. And you can still see the fat swirls in there. Do I foil my edges? I try not to. Like, I'll be baking these in the convection oven. So I'll be turning it down to like 325 probably from 350. And yeah, these tins I've like re-washed. Reuse them if you can. So I'm just tossing them out. Go like there. You're having chili con carne with rice and yogurt? Man, everyone's having like Mexican with rice. Yeah, you can see how easy it is to work with this pie dough as well. It really never gives me any issues. If you make a hole, you can like sew it back up, I always say. Just press it back together. Imagine if you just like left the crust like this and then baked it. That'd actually be nice, little pie dippers almost. I was like, what time is it? It's only 3. It feels like I've been here way longer. Yeah, lots of chats today. I did almost lose my voice from like the partner party on Thursday. They didn't even have music going and it was literally just that loud in there from all of us chatting. So Friday, my max volume of voice was like so low. Also traveling during that time, like that was the first time I traveled since the pandemic. I'm okay, guys. I did good for like 9 days away from home. I don't feel ill, no nothing like that. So that makes me happy because then we can do more traveling in the future and not really worry too much. Okay, number 2. So you can see my little like extra pie pieces. I just pop on the side and this is what I do. Basically just like roll them back together. We don't crumple it up because then that works the gluten, which we learned earlier was bad. So we can just roll it back together, and that's also why I use a very minimal amount of flour when I roll out my pie dough. So this will just create more layers, which is never a bad thing. I just leave that on the side. Yeah, the cool yogurt is really nice to have with the chili. A lot of people don't think to use yogurt for like savory things, but it combines so well with like chili, curries, different soups and stuff. Just forming the edges a bit. No flakes, no cracks. Get a bit more. Okay, how many pecan pies do we think we're gonna make today? I'm thinking like maybe even 8. Sam says 4. Well, this will be the next 2. I think we'll for sure get like 6. Oh, okay, it's trying to stick already. Flip it. 8, but they're only 6 inches. They're only little guys. Not full pies. Daph's like, what happened to Kate down there? Why are we making so much pie? It's Samo's birthday pie that we all also get to enjoy. So if I'm making one, definitely making more. Bit more light in our life on that side. Now the sun's going down already. Anyone else just been like having a hard time waking up at 7 a.m. these days? My body's like, the sun ain't up, we ain't moving. I was like, that's not really how it works, body. Good old circadian rhythm. Yeah, we're making some personal pan pies. Exactly. Oh, the good times of Pizza Hut. We're going to 1/4 inch thick. If you go too thick on the crust, it's hard to work with. If you go too thin, it just won't really hold up once it's all baked. It'll crumble. You can see it, right? That's what I always say. It's like marbled. Need that marbled look. That's when you know. And that's what makes it really like puff up and flaky. Not hard. They even use kale as a garnish? I don't remember that. I have a salad bar horror story. And it wasn't even for me. It was for like my friend's mom. My friend's mom like picked us two up. You know, like maybe it was my friend's birthday or something. And she took us to Pizza Hut for lunch from school one day. And so like we did the whole salad bar thing. And like her poor mom comes back from the salad bar, goes to eat her salad. Massive, like complete dead fly in the greens, in the salad. So she tells the server and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like just go grab some more. So what happens again? She goes again for more salad. Second salad, same thing. More bugs in it. we're like kids, right? So we're just like sitting there. We don't really like care probably, right? Because we're just like having the pizza. We're like, F yeah, I got a sundae later. Like, it's only salad. But yeah, ever since then, I never ate at Pizza Hut again. Yeah, just no. Exactly. So I said it's a horror story. It didn't even happen to me and I'm still scarred for life. I mean, I have worked at a restaurant. The last one that I did work at was like slow food restaurant. So we did forage like a lot of our garnishes and stuff like that. So I also have a story of like somebody at the table. They were so cool about it too. They're like, there's like an ant crawling across my plate. So it was a really bad year for ants, like staying in the flower buds and stuff like that. So if you didn't check, there could have been ants across your plate. I was like, oh, we're just like being Noma. It's totally fine. Bugs are in. Yucko, Frank. Gross me, yeah. It's those little things that'll like mess you up. It's like, I am never touching that again. On the inside of the bread, gross. Well, me in a kitchen is very different than like me on stream to an extent. Like, I definitely take my career seriously, and I don't put up with like when people are doing things wrong. I'll call you out, but I'll also tell you why. And then the other side of it is like, you always have to have an open mind, because there have definitely been times that I learned something from someone in a kitchen. It's like, wow, I've never seen that before. Cool. Why you got shakes? Dog's like flapping her ears around. She's trying to get my attention. She's like, let me clean the milk container, chef. That's what she's telling me right now. She's like, I know it's there. Okay, we'll crimp it. We'll do the next one. I'll turn on the oven. We're going. I think so. I think she missed me, Mary. Dogs like always miss the people that they spend time with, right? Even in whether you're like they're actual humans or not. Hey, Cooker Dog. She's so attentive. This one I made super wide. Too bad I couldn't get away with getting 2 more out of there. Probably gonna like trim that. We might actually roll out that pile after this. Mary, your little message to Sam on his birthday with the doggo photos was so cute. I do have some whipping cream in the fridge too for this. Are you guys whipping cream people? Like whipped cream? Are you like Sam where he just pours like actual liquid cream on? Or are you ice cream with your pie? Your grandpup, so cute. And she was like jumping on my back the day I got home. Or the next morning. You'd like feel her like pouncing behind me. So funny. I was like, what are you doing? She's like launching. Bam. Okay, turn this baby on, and then we'll need some oven racks. Probably just slide the little pie tins right on the oven rack. We'll see, but usually it's easier if we do the whole like sheet pan thing, just to take more out at once. How do I want to do this? Probably that there. Space it out. Definitely be able to fit 4 of each of those on each rack. Okay, 325. We got 4. I think we can definitely do 2 more. I'll show you the pile. This is our pile. Remember, we don't crumple it. We just re-roll it. So tuck those edges. Libya says ice cream. Javi says ice cream. Don't like any Mr. Rice Krispies, and that's allowed too. Like, some pies definitely don't need it. Okay, we'll put a touch of flour just for the bottom so it doesn't stick, but I won't flour too much of the top here because we need it to seal together first. Press, press, press. Yeah, Blood Oak just eats his pie straight. Whipped cream for Mary. That's usually what I go towards too. I mean, I'm always down for ice cream. If the pie is hot, definitely ice cream. Whipped if it's not. Okay, and then Olin Muna. Oh, I have like 1 sip left. Thank you for that. Water break, chat. Ice cream on the side, not on the top. Yeah, when you get like the mess, the creamy pie mess, starts to just melt everywhere. Oh, you also need your milk. Okay, I'll have more sips and then I'll leave you some. Milk dog. Yeah, you're so good. Okay, now we can flour it a bit. Do a little swipe. What are these little bits I'm accumulating here? Maybe it's from my shirt, the fuzzes? I washed it though. Could be shirt fuzzes. That's why I always wear an apron. Ah, the egg fried rice was good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some Luncharoo after this. Late lunch, early din. ¼ inch thick. You can even see it just by us like stacking this up, how much the gluten has been like worked already, because it already has a little bit of like springiness. It's bouncing back a touch. And that's just something that'll happen. You gonna survive now? She's like, yeah. Just needed a little something to tie you over. Cooker dogs work hard, right? Do we also still want to prep the meats for grilling? Or are we doing a full marathon together, Samuel? I'll wake up with you tomorrow. Full marathon tomorrow, chat. Barbecue with us. It's been a while. Hopefully we still know what we're doing. We got ribs, chicken, brisket. We're gonna be making slaw. We're gonna be making sour cream chive Parker House rolls. Okay, we got this. Yeah. Haha, yes, Frank. Did you know, I have a crazy hair right now, that 3.14% of sailors are pirates? So good. Yeah, we need someone to crack the Annie jokes. You know, on Friday, we probably won't see him. White Dove! Thank you! Like a 32-month resub? What are these lengths of time? How's it going, White Dove? So long. Right, Blood Oak? It's like riding a bike, kinda. Once you learn barbecue and like cooking techniques, you don't really lose it. Whoa, that's a bit thick in the middle still. I might give it a little rolly. Like I said, if it's too thick, it's hard to work with. Just in that center part on this edge, really. There. Thanks! Yeah, it's so good to be home. Definitely had a lot of chats today. Gave my vocal cords a break while I was there almost. And yeah, the temp controller helps. That's the other nice thing, is like we're actually gonna use the egg. So it's not like either of us actually have to go to work per se on Monday or anything like that. Proper barbecue, no cheat skin. Although we might use the Traeger tomorrow for the chickens just because space permitting. But I think that's okay. Gotta do what you gotta do. He's smoking a half rack tonight? Nice. On the Traeger, like, the Traeger is so easy to just be like, hey, I'm making a thing tonight and I don't have to watch it at all. There is that ease for using the Traeger. Oh, and I did ask my bro, remember when we were live streaming and we are like, oh, the brisket misfit is being used. So they made banana bread. What else? He said they made a couple other things. Oh yeah, chicken thighs in the Traeger while we were gone. Because like they also just have a mini oven in their house. But maybe while the pies are baking, we can do a little bit of stuff. Because we'll have like 20 minutes or so. Or I can just prep the chicken for lunch for us. Did you buy the coated butcher paper by accident? Oh, the other one. You bought the non-coated one for like freezing your meat. Dang. And so then they got freezer burnt? RIP, man. The way that our butcher did it on the island, I really liked. Like, they wrapped it in plastic first, and then they did the butcher paper on the outside. Like, that way, if you did want to just pop it right into the freezer, like, it's not gonna get freezer burn. $65, yeah, gone. Ugh. Dude. You, like, feel so bad after. At least I always do. It's like, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, cow. I'm sorry, paper. I hate wasting stuff. Okay, we got 6. I don't know, I guess I'll see if I need 2 more, but first we're gonna fill these 6. Probably be able to get 3 on a sheet pan perfectly. We are dropping a little bit of frames, aren't we? It would. That's like the first time I noticed that all day. Frank's definitely here. Okay. Stay. Just gonna rinse my hands a touch. Take some of this flour away. Yeah, when you like try and do the research, you're like, can I literally save any of this? And the answer is no. So sad. The saddest. First things first. We got 8 eggs that we just whipped up before this and then just let them sit. So we didn't whip them with anything else, which is why they were able to sit together. Next one. Our look at how tough it is. Our cooled sugars, which just mix in the little like top layer here, it's fine. Our cooled sugar so that we don't cook the eggs. There's also butter, flour, vanilla, and like a little bit of milk in there. It makes a really nice, like, textured pecan pie later. And then I think we'll get rid of this, like, finer whisk, because this is gonna get pretty dang thick. What are they even saying right now, chat? Hi, Auburn Dreams. How's it going? It's so thick. I might have let it cool too much, but like the pot is so hot still. Pot is super hot. Plate is not ready yet, Titan. I don't even know if it'll be ready until tomorrow. And then probably need like a spatula. Scrape all that goodness. Boyfriend asked you to make him borscht, which I'm very familiar with. I am Ukrainian/Polish and French. Starts with a good broth, so you made it today, chicken and veg. You did good then. Yeah, anytime you don't use like water in soup, that's key, really. This is heavy. Okay, I'm just gonna transfer this whisk over first and kind of like mix that in, I would say. Is it gonna mix in or just harden? It is cool inside here. That's why the eggs didn't really warm up. Borscht is also good if you like pork. Throw in like a pork hock, a smoked pork hock into the stock. Pick the meat off and it's like so smoky and delicious with the beets. Yes, Thick Whisk is my Canadian cooking stream and show name. I think that would go over well. Okay, I'm gonna try and hold this with one hand. I think I can do it. It's not too hot. We gotta add a bunch at a time. There we go. Break up and warm up those eggs, but we're not cooking them. Yep. Okay, now I'm gonna scrape. We did it. Just be kind of crazy with it. It works. It's so thick. It's like the perfect caramel. The rest is for Sam. He can be the cleaner. Okay, let's whip this up now. Look at how thick it is. You need the full grip on the whisk. Whip it. Whip it good. Into shape. The whisking, yeah, it drops more frames. Well, it is Friday and all the kids are home from school now. That's the issue that we're having here. Like, this area we live in is just like full of young kids and families and schools. So that's usually what I kind of think about, is the internet usage. And yeah, it sucks we don't have like fiber, but literally like across the street they have fiber. But maybe they're working on it. Okay, so whip this baby up. I don't see any more lumpies and it looks really nice and like whisked well. Looks like an even mix. So then from here, are you gonna clean out the caramel from the pot? I won't disturb it with the eggs. Hi, Ruru, too. Yeah, happy Pi Day. It's only 7 months late. Better late than never, we always say here. Okay, so then next up, I'm gonna grab some sheet pans and put our pie tins onto with the crust. Just pop this above. Store it there. This dog. She's like, I'm having some too. Over here, please. Thank you. She's like, oh, Auntie. How is it? It's pretty tasty. Tastes like vanilla caramel. Found out the next town over is gonna open a barbecue buffet restaurant. Have seafood, crab legs on the weekends for $24.95. Yeah, if we lived there, we would shut them down. I'm coming over. Are you just trying to say that so I move quicker? Oh, we can easily fit 3 on a tin. Or on a tray. We could have fit 4 for sure. And then we put the pecans in first, right? And then we pour this stuff over the top. Let's just grab a scooper or something. We always try and add an even amount of nuts. So if a big pie was 1.5, we'll probably be good with like half. Over here, please. Thank you. Prime ribs with the seafood. Like half a cup of pecan halves. That looks right.
$4 a prime rib, no problem.
Right?
Yep.
That looks good. So half a cup of D's nuts.
Oh!
No one else said it today, so you're welcome. And then like 20-minute bake. Do we want to trim a brisket while the pie bakes? Do people need some meat in their life? Okay, so there's a little bit more. And then I'm gonna be smart and do this first. Maybe I only need 1 pan then. Whoa, do you hear the dog? Do you hear her? She's a wild animal right now. No one's safe. Gimmers is like, sure. That sounds great. Okay, this one's a bit iffy too. Sometimes, when I'm feeling quite smart, I'll just pour this into a measuring cup. And I think today I'm actually feeling smart. Because it's really hard to pour out of a bowl. Just give it a little... Whoa! Give it a swirl. Whoa, I still spilled some. And now we pour. Fill it up just below the crust line, really. Like there. You see all the nuts, they kind of disperse themselves. That's why you don't have to care much when you pop them in the shell first thing. This mix looks great that we made though. This might be the best one yet. Chat's like, you always say that, Kate. Okay, we'll add more. Yo, I see some floury bits at the bottom here. I'm gonna try and not actually pour all of them. Do you see them? The lumpers? Do it like to the side so you don't get too many. Those don't bug me as much as scrambled eggs.
Just pour that right into my mouth.
The Oompa Loompas. Ah! What did I hit? I hit the shell beside. I touched it. I scrunched it. Careful.
Scrunch the shell. So wait till Brand wakes up tomorrow to start barbecuing.
Huh?
So when they get up for Louise to go to work,
Yeah.
we'll start barbecuing then.
We'll start the brisket then?
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna say nothing. I was gonna say it shouldn't. Chat. It shouldn't take. It shouldn't take less than 12 hours, or it shouldn't take more than 12 hours.
Don't even say it.
I'm like, I can't say this. Don't even let those words come out of your mouth. It shouldn't, but it will. It might just take 21. Oh man. That's the thing with barbecue. You really can't control it. Okay, now we'll distribute this. Because I think it's smart to not have things like touch each other when you're baking it in the oven. Yeah, Mary says jinx. 24-hour brisket live cam. Sometimes, honestly, that's the way she goes. Do you feel like I need to top these a bit more, or that's good? He says we need to top them.
At least like these two.
Those two for sure.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Keep going. Trust. Okay.
Trust Sam. We do. There's really not much left, so...
I know, that's what I said. These two, for sure, and the rest you can
Divvy. The rest into Sammy. Don't threaten him with a good time.
Don't make me. I'll do it. Give me a shot of a pecan pie shot with rum.
That'd be good. Pour some of this into a shot glass and pour some spiced rum over top. Mmm.
Maybe the other way around because the Wisconsin.
Or yeah, rum first.
Yeah, see? Just put it in a glass for me.
Rum shots. It can't be any different than eggnog.
Yeah.
It's eggs. Oven
Just do a TikTok and
is ready.
In my mouth.
Oven is ready.
You want to do one real quick?
Okay, let me get these in. So, 15-minute timer?
20.
Well, I was gonna check them and then maybe rotate.
Yeah. So 10.
So 10-minute timer, halfway? Let's do that. And then you know the reason why the pan's underneath, right? If there's any spillage, you're not gonna destroy the oven.
Correct. Teamwork making the dream work.
Perfect.
Timer.
10-minute timer. Okay. Are you actually want this? The things that we do for you.
Yeah, let's do a shot.
Okay. Dig the rum out. It's actually quite a bit of that. You better believe we got that Kirkland signature. There's like pie remnants on the board.
Wait.
Do I need to garnish with a piece of pecan on top? Pecan pie shot. He's going like full gimbal.
I'm working on my stuff here.
Okay. I'm gonna put the nuts in the freezer. What's he doing? Hey, Cooker Dog? He's wild. That made a good dent in those pecans. Oh. I should have put that in there. Distracting. He's making the real. Grab mince just in case. Perfect. Bob! Bob, how are you? He says, hi there, bud. Thank you very much, sir. Continuing this insane train of resubs that we've had all day for the 15 months. We've missed ya. It's good to be back, and we even have a Samo. Look at this guy. He's like totally changed. He's making Insta Reels while we're Twitch streaming. This is the life. You poured the caramel first?
We did a little bit
Oh. When I make those sounds, the dog goes like so excited. Do we want to mix it? Or do we think the rum loosened the shot? So now I have to see you doing the shot. Guys, I'm just putting the pastry away a moment. So you have 2 extra discs of pastry. Sounds like we got some pumpkin pie coming up in our life or something. Okay, I'm also gonna get water. Hydration station. Wait, I have to do the reel of you drinking it. Oh, he did.
Yum.
It's yummy.
Oh, fuck, is that good?
Okay, now the bartender's making more. Yes.
Yeah, I have to get a second glass, please. I gotta make Brian one too. It's too good.
Bob, what's new? Talk to me. How are your cutting boards holding up? Holy. Does it kind of taste like a caramel apple shot or something? Or literally like pecan pie-ish? He just says it's effing delicious. The boards are fantastic. Work is still work. I feel you on that. I might be going back to work slightly as well. I got a phone interview on Monday. Cheers, friends. Thanks for hanging with us like all day. I know it's been a bit of a long one. You're like kind of whipping up the egg. That's why it's going like frothy. Bartender Samo. Is that for me? Holy smokes, like 30+ month resubs today. Eric, how have you been? Thank you for the 31 months being part of the kitchen crew. Like, we have built a good thing. A very good thing. After all this time, that's crazy to me still. So I said, like, going away from stream for a bit is like, put some things into perspective. Your little sis is getting married tomorrow. Congrats. It's like such a beautiful time of year to get married. Not too hot. So many like amazing colors. Nice, Scoots. Yeah, you went to Great American Beer Fest. I love how everything like beer related. It's Eric. We talked to him about beers. Bob, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 100 bitlies as well. Holy, we're over halfway for our little Sunday brunch. Sunday bruncheroo. Yeah, since we're doing, so I'll be up with Samo tomorrow. So we'll go to bed early tonight. Doing a barbecue marathon. Oh no, don't do it all because there's like some flour lumps in there at the bottom. So we're gonna go out for brunch on Sunday instead of working so dang hard. Okay. He's back. This is what he made me. It doesn't look very good. Cheers.
Trust me.
Oh, it's definitely gotta taste good. Yeah, bye-bye. I'll never forget that. Pecan you rum shot. That's good. Mm-hmm. Not too sweet. It really mixes with the rum nicely. Sugar rush a bit. But like it doesn't taste sweet on the palate. I just know what I consumed is a sugar rush. Pecan yum rum shot. I think the other craziest shot we've ever done on stream before was a duck fat whiskey shot. And that was like better than you could ever imagine. Better than this, I would say. It was so good. Just started on the first one, but I'll get there. Oh man. Yeah. We had, if anyone's seen Buffalo Safari around some other streams, he used to be quite active in ours, and he's from the UK, and he like dared Sammy, I think he did bits or something for Sam to do a duck fat whiskey shot one time, and like better than you would ever think. It was so good. Still in prison. What should I say? You four. You four. There's like brown butter bits at the bottom. Pies are in and we're feeling fine. The crust is already baking a bit there. Now you guys can sneak a peek a little bit in the oven. The crust is already elevating itself. That, what else? This can go back to the fridge. But other than that, not much cleanup if you just make pies. Oh, that's our 10-minute timer. Perfect. So this should be like the halfway-ish point. Let's see. Elevate yourself. Chat is chat, right? So that was 10 minutes on these little guys. So my plan is to do like a switch of the sheet pans. I think I'll just give them a swivel rather than actually changing the layers. The crust looks so good. Even the top ones. Yes. Okay, and then we'll do another 10. Make sure it's pushed in enough. 10 more. Yeah, hello, I'm June from Vancouver. Oh man. Whip up a pie from couch to finished? Okay, if I was only doing one, probably within like just over an hour. Because everything takes longer on stream because I'm always chatting and trying to explain things while I'm doing stuff, right? So if you all weren't here, it'd be like twice as quick. Probably more, even. Oh, and then yeah, my little pie tins that I picked up. Best part is they all come with these little plastic toppers that just like snap onto the outside so it doesn't even disturb the crust. Yeah, you're the real bottleneck here, this whole live streaming thing. Okay, I'm gonna leave those out, I think. Because like most pies take around, if it's like the big ones, around like 45 minutes to an hour to bake. So it's not a very quick bake time, but bringing them together is pretty quick. And that's like making homemade crust and everything. Well, I'm glad we doubled the the filling, because there's really not much left for those 6 portions. So that was good on our part, because I've never done that before. Just load it up with whipped cream and sprinkles. I've never put sprinkles on a pie. What is this pie we're having, Bob? That's done. That's done. Even if I have to go to, 5 stores tomorrow, I am making that zucchini bread. Mish, you just gotta raid your neighbor's garden. They'll never even notice. If anything, they'll be happy that you took their zucchini. Trust. Trust, trust. Eric, how are your pepper plants doing? Are they still just like pumping out peppers? Forever picking the peppers? Clean it up. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. One of the, I would say, like maybe top 5 kitchen rules. And you know you're in heck if you hear that being said. If you're the leaner, you're in so trouble. Because then if you're leaning, you get to clean the worst things. Yeah, no joke this time. Mish goes to prison because she tried to steal her neighbor's zucchini. Still picking chilies off? Way too many? Gonna have to load up the freezer. That's been one of my favorite ways to keep like fresh chilies, is just freezing them whole. It's actually surprising how well they hold up. Because most vegetables, like you can't do that with other vegetables. They'll just like disintegrate almost. Okay, just wiping off my rolling pin. Sometimes we get some sticky bits. Perfect. Oh, you sent Rook some chilies? Our main man, Rook? He would be the person to send them to. The other human I thought of was Cheese Pizza, because he used to make hot sauces as well. Baking powder. That is such a like sneaky cleaning ingredient. Like baking powder, or sorry, you should say baking soda, right? Baking soda / vinegar. Really good, like kind of more natural sort of cleaners. What is this carrot shirt? So that's the shirt I wore during Kitchen League, Mish. At first they gave me an extra large to wear, and I was like, yo, this is like seriously a dress. It was almost down to my knees. I was like, you gotta have a smaller one than this. Like, I'm not wearing this. They're like, oh yeah, we do. I was like, why would you even give the extra large? Like, none of us are big. What's up, 50 Shades of Sasha Grey? I will tell you this. I did see Sasha Grey. I did not get the chance to talk to her. I saw her once at like a women's meetup that I went to, and then she was gone. I was so sad. But that was cool to see her in person. I was like, I know her. So yeah, this is the shirt, which I talked earlier. I was like, should I just do like a Netherlands giveaway for all of our Dutchies? So I was team carrots. I was team carrots with Sapnap. We got third. Got 3rd place. He got destroyed in the popcorn maker. He should have sent me in. But he said I had to carry him when we did the cooking if we made it to the final, so I made him go in the popcorn maker. There was no other choice. It's like, if I'm gonna do all of the cooking, you're getting in that thing. Like, it almost, like, blew apart. I'm not even joking you. Like, how hard Bubs and Chef Steve had to, like, hold the door closed. There was still just popcorn, like, flying out the side. Was like, it's gonna blow. She was also there. She just took her first steps today after breaking her back. We don't have to talk about that, though. Team Carrots in F1. Not Papaya, so not McLaren then? Good times. I think one of the funniest parts, I don't even know if I should talk about this, but I feel like it needs to be talked about, was I tried to do like some networking, let's say, as like a partnered streamer after the Kitchen League thing on Saturday. It's like basically impossible to talk to anyone on the floor. It was definitely more geared towards like stream viewers, I would say, like stream communities rather than the streamers. So I went up to one spot, I just won't say the brand because it's not really on them. But I went up to a spot that I was super interested in because I was approached before about a sponsorship. And then they retracted said sponsorship because my video and audio quality was too good. Like, it was better than said product. And so then they let me know that they were like working on a new thing coming up. So I approached this company about it. I was like, hey, I see you're using this system, and like told them about what I dealt with before. And I was like, what do you know about the new thing coming out? And he's like, well, it sounds like you know more than me. And I was like, well, that's super disappointing. And I guess a lot of other people actually had that happen to them when they talk to other brands. So the networking didn't really go well. I was gonna say, so your carrot is Verstappen, who is also my favorite race car driver for F1. And then yeah, McLaren is like 2nd. I think I'm with you on that. Cause I've always liked Lando. Did we just disconnect? It's always a weird thing in my OBS when it says, welcome to the chat room. It's like, well, I never left. Yeah, no, that is like, I have nothing against them streaming on Twitch. Like, everyone always makes changes in their lives, and I think that's super cool that they do that. I was also hoping to run into Amaranth, but that didn't happen either. Another thing on Twitter that I saw was like Amaranth tried to talk to one of the Twitch executives on the Sunday when they had a Q&A. And they're like, hi, how are you doing? How many concurrent viewers do you have? I'm like, she's only one of the largest streamers on your entire platform. Hung on vid for a second. Okay, the kitties are definitely coming home from school then. Win the lottery? I ain't holding out on it, man. Alonso is like such a good driver though, and like he doesn't put up with nothing. This is our 20-minute mark. We're still a little wiggly jiggly, but I will tell you this. So I don't feel like the crust is baking too quickly, so I can turn my oven up now to 350 Fahrenheit. I've had it at 325 for these first 20 minutes. Now that the crust's not too dark, but we're about maybe 65% of the way there, 70% of the way cooked. Now you can turn it up safely and we won't burn anything. He has the widest car in all of F1. If you win tonight, you'll be sending out a nice food truck donation. Let's go. That'd be nuts. Am I gonna come out with cookbooks someday? So this was my plan. I don't know if I'll make like a massive book per se from like all of my career, but I thought it might be nicer to come out with like shorter, sort of smaller, specific cookbooks for you guys. And so we do have a website, and that was another thing that I'm like kind of excited for, is like if I go to that job, is I'm gonna be basically like stuck in that spot. You have internet, so I can do a lot of things still for like my business, like still cook with Kate the brand, right? Not always having to be live on Twitch, so I will have time during the day to like come up with recipes and make these little PDF sort of ebooks for you guys to use. Yeah, cookbook cards, exactly. So something like less expensive, right? That's available to everyone around. I don't think I want to print books. I don't think I want to like print anything, at least not currently. Maybe down the road. Maybe once we're in the truck and like learn more about living that way. But currently I really like the thing with ebooks is you totally save paper too, right? And like seems like a lot of humans just use stuff off the internet. Yeah, fun for you to read from and cook from. That was my thought, and I can easily create that and pop it on the website for you guys to support us that way. And that was kind of why I talked about is like, I'm kind of the main recipe tester on Twitch, it seems. Like, we have made some crazy stuff over the years. And I'm so thankful for that because it's also built up my knowledge. Like, Sam and I had a good talk the other day while we were walking. I was like, yes, we're like built or we are taught the base techniques for cooking, but it is definitely on us in our career to like streamline those techniques and explore new things that we maybe weren't taught before, because like food and culinary techniques have definitely changed in 12 years. So I'm very thankful for like you guys pushing me always to try different stuff. What's the timeline for the truck? So like for sure we have talked about it, like we would love to have it, at least us being able to live in it by next summer. Like we don't really have a choice at this point because this is probably getting taken down come springtime. So yeah, Sam's saying like July next year. That is like the actual timeline now. That's also why I'm going back to work, because I make enough doing this, but like not enough to like put money away, let's say, right? And I need to do that if we have those big goals. And I've like cooked so fancy. Like a lot of my culinary experience is cooking like very high-end fine dining stuff that like a ton of you would never even know, right? I just won't cook that stuff on stream. So yeah, me being like cooking like a grandma is kind of the theme. I've never really strayed from that. Bob. You have a lead for me for printing if I want to? Wait, you're in the industry? Like I said, maybe like later on. Because it could be fun to do something in print like while we're in the truck, right? Sam doesn't know what to say, so he just says fine. Way different than me. There's no fight there. That is soon. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that we're like getting ready. Mish, you heard your name? I was laughing at Sam reacting to Bob. And yeah, that's the other thing. So like us coming home, if we get on the same shift, we'll literally be home for 3 weeks at a time, don't have to go to work, and be able to stream the truck build. So a lot more focus on that side of things. Think I'll have time to write while in the truck? That's true. If I'm like the truck driver, then I gotta make Sam type it all out. Well, that's the difference though, right? It's like living in the truck is just a different lifestyle. Your priorities maybe get switched around a bit. He's like, I have a keyboard again? What is this? Okay, golden brown things are starting to happen. I'm just gonna give these a little jiggle. Oh yeah, yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're gonna do another 5 minutes and we might be good. You can't make me. He did make it in. I was like, we might be on late enough that we have an Annie. Excuse me. Annie, how was the week? People were cracking jokes earlier in your remembrance. It was long. Yeah, Shek. So think of it like separate, completely separate living quarter to the stream studio. So it's all gonna be blocked off. And we'll have like a complete separate commissary space for stream and stuff. I'm so excited. Like, I've always known that like doing food in a truck would be a thing for me. But I never imagined that that's what it would have been. Like, it was always just like, oh, I want to do like a food truck. Well, no, after seeing a lot of like van life videos and stuff like that on YouTube, I definitely think that's closer to our end goal. And then like, eventually we want to get land to live off of in that way. Yeah, produce food safely, be on the road. A lot of things I have in mind is like pulling up to a farm and staying there for like a week, getting a little arrangement for them, do a little bit of work on the farm, and get like produce or meats and stuff in return for that. Is in that style of living, the barter system is very powerful. Meant to ask me, you're doing a chili cook-off at the end of the month. Do I remember the name of the recipe where we did the fried corn things? Okay, that was just like a me thing. I just like made corn dumplings for the chili, right? Is that the one you were thinking of? We met the freezer goal. Oh, this might have been while you were away that weekend. Mouse Post dropped like an insane amount. It was like 500 bucks on it or something. Like they just crushed the end of the goal, Annie. I was in shock. They actually made me cry. Okay, so for that, Eric, I think all I did was like use a cornbread sort of recipe and then just like scoop your dumplings into the chili when it's almost done. And then I did mix in like fresh corn kernels into those dumplings, which was really good. Let me ask Sam what he thought of it. That was good, right?
The corn dumplings?
Do you remember the chili with the corn dumplings?
Yep.
Was it good? It was different,
Thumbs up.
but acceptable. This is what he says, thumbs up. A schmelt. Pop that in my mouth. He's traveling in Scotland. And then, so one other thing that we're doing is it's mostly, well, it is going to be like off-grid, sustainable. So almost everything's gonna be electric solar, but I'm pretty sure just seeing some other setups because of our very large fridge and freezer that we'll have, we'll need like a little bit of a diesel gen to just maybe power it overnight if we don't get enough solar during the day. But that's really it. But yeah, other than that, we'll basically try and run off of solar. And then if you want to make that, Eric, you can always search on YouTube for that VOD and you can watch exactly what I did. Annie! Thank you so much for that. It was subathon. And $50 already? I didn't even make a very big goal. I guess we're donating towards the IRL trip instead. So yeah, IRL weekend trip. Wherever we decide to go, maybe we'll host a poll. But we'll go somewhere with you guys. Looking forward to doing more of that stuff around. When will the freezer get here? So it's currently out of stock, so we're just like watching Mish for it to come back in stock. I'm not buying like a different brand that I don't know. So we're on the hunt. We're on the hunt. And the thing about propane is you really get like landlocked basically if you use propane, differing between the tanks, the different fittings between different countries. You can't travel everywhere if you have propane, so that's why we didn't do that. Like you can't, if you have propane, you can't go over to the EU, which we really would like to do with that truck. So that's why we're going mostly electric. Yes! A bottle of wine, because tomorrow's your birthday. We'll be here for that. Okay, the timer's going off and this looks so good. Let me get some trivets out. I'll do one more jiggle test, but looks like it's almost there. There's always adapters. Yeah, just to save like any headache, just from some things we saw on YouTube already. These always look so hilarious. I just want to show you how these look. Like they're super puffed up when you first take them out of the oven. Hey! You know that I... Thank you, Bob. Okay, and we're doing the jiggle test. I think we can go a couple more minutes. It's like, we really only want this small amount in the center to be jiggly, and then it will settle down. So let's go like maybe less than 5 minutes. Very close though. We really don't want to overcook it. I don't know if most people know the jiggle test. Okay, we're already $100 towards our IRL weekend trip. Where are we going? Maybe we'll go down to Calgary or something. That's an easy one. Thank you, Bob. Or, yeah, so chat Blondie has been bugging us to go to Vancouver with him when they release the Michelin guide on the 27th of this month. Maybe we'll road trip all the way over there. If Samo said it, he's already obviously thinking about it. Jiggle test all my potential suitors. Just like go up to them and shake them. Nope, not good. Doesn't pass the test. Maybe we need to start shaking more people. Did I make all 16 dishes today? Oh, from like Kitchen League you're saying, or what? I made 6 mini pies today. Or are you saying from the Hobbit menu that you sent? That's the menu I'm gonna host. Oh, and the recipes. Did anyone get upset at me at posting all the recipes in Discord the other night? Were you just like, Kate, please stop. Please stop it. I went on a full spree. I don't know what to say. We're set for the rest of winter though. Once when you didn't live with your boyfriend, he saw you, yeah, came up to you or behind you in the store whispering, you got a nice butt. Yeah, whip around, just punch him in the face. Oh, I'm sorry. You may or may not have muted Discord. I just assumed everyone had it muted anyways. It's not like I was like, at everyone, recipe. Imagine though. Terrible. Terrible. Okay, couple moments. Sam, are you trying hot pecan pie? He says no. Laughing at us, Kimmers. It's like, that looks good. I just found so many good ones. By the end of it, Bon Appetit was like, hey, you used up all your free recipes. Like, you can't look at them anymore, Kate, without subscribing. I was like, I don't care. I'm still posting them. You used up your 2 free recipes. That's it? So many sites I've noticed are starting to have a paywall. So yeah, me doing like a couple smaller cookbooks is definitely going to be beneficial for us in the future. The squash ones, one of the like easiest squash ones I found was like the squash rice. Never thought just to like throw squash cubes in with rice while you cook it. Females can't drive, says, the kitchen, a lovely place. A lovely place indeed, welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Bob, I just saw your message on the donation. Annie forced me to do this. Annie. The FBI will do that. Yeah, easy. 5 ingredient gamer meals. Oh, I did. So I had like a little cute purple Twitch branded apron. I gave it to Sapnap. I gave it to him. So whether it actually like made it home with him, I guess we'll find out. It was so funny though. Like most of us were like, so I was 10 years older than Sap. Steve was like 20 years older than George. It was hilarious. So we're like all the old people and they're like, we don't really hang out with you guys. Hilarious. Matt, welcome back, dude. Worst stream to come back to. I literally did nothing with meat today, but we're gonna have all of the meat tomorrow. That was the second longest sub from today. 52 months? 52 months. And like, I thought the 30 plus ones were a lot. Where does the time go? You're finally moved in? Did you move? To a new place? Next door. Oh, that couldn't be more handy. Those are always the best. We did that in Vancouver too. Like literally the building beside, just take everything through the hallway. From basement to roommate. That is actually a huge move. Basements aren't always the best. I'm happy for you, dude. It's always good to make changes like that. And yeah, hope work is good. Are you still being able to work from home? Okay, now let's check. Oh no. The top pies are stuck to the oven. The top pies might be stuck to the top of the oven. No, they just expanded so much. I don't think it's stuck. I just have to get them off of there. Chad always gets so worried when I say that. Oh no. And Sam, what? So you can see how they're puffed up. Look, there's like just barely a jiggle in the center. The crust is beautiful, golden brown. I think we nailed it. This is a pecan pie, Nicole, and we learned that pecans aren't super widespread around the world, mostly a North American thing. Yeah, this is also my husband's birthday pie, since I was at TwitchCon during it. Let's turn this off and see what we're working with. Good thing there's enough butter in this pie that it doesn't actually stick. It just slid right off. It almost looks better. I mean, a couple of these fell off, so let's just put them back in. We're A-okay. It was too poofy. Sometimes that happens. We made 6 baby pies today. That was great. So what do we say? That took 30 minutes. That took 30 minutes instead of the 45 for the big one. I thought it'd be a little bit shorter. It looks so good. Like, the crust, I don't know if I can hold it up. See, it's quite warm. It's so like flaky and puffed up. Like, do you see that? Look at the layers. That's why we make our pie dough or pastry from scratch. I will never not. Butter saves the day, Eric, every time. Blood oak, nowadays I have quite a jiggle in the center. Yeah, what did I see a meme the other day? It's like, wow, my winter weight really found me early this year. You like blueberry pie? I like a lot of different pies, but yeah, I made pecan because that's my husband's favorite. And it's just a thing that I make for him for his birthday every year. He doesn't want anything else. If it was pumpkin or cheesecake, you would be excited. So we do have those things coming up. We have extra crust from what we made today. For sure enough for like a big pie if we want, or a bunch of small ones again, because these are fun too. I for sure want to make like a pumpkin pie, and then I have a really good cheesecake recipe, which is like a pumpkin swirl cheesecake, but it's like mostly more cheesecake than pumpkin. Nice, Amp. Yeah, I did that for Finn in the summer for like her birthday, I think. But I would love to do afternoon tea again. That'd be lovely in the winter. Get all cozy in here. Maybe I'll try and pick up like a little tiered thing so we can stack it all. Sandwiches, scones, the whole works. Do you guys remember when we did that stream? It was a blast. And well, now I'm gonna have to come up with different sandwiches and stuff, but they were so good. There's like 2 homemade breads. We made pumpernickel and like Japanese milk bread. And we made, I think, 4 different sandwiches or something. It was awesome. Your least favorite memories from childhood? Tubs of imitation butter. Are you saying margarine? Margarine. And then for anyone new here that's watching, so Ampsan used their pots and pans points, is what we call them here, the Twitch channel points. If you save up 75,000, I will cook you whatever you request on stream live. I will make sure that you will be around for it. And then if you save up 100,000, you get Sam to cook on stream live, and I get a day off. I usually just like narrate and help out. Okay, so everyone hates margarine maybe in here. So what did you grow up on? What brand? Ours was Imperial. I couldn't even spell margarine on the list when I was young. I spelled it like margarine or something. How much to get Hitch to cook? Let's go. He is back home, isn't he now? That would be so fun. So fun to cook with Hitch one day. And Sarah. Fleischmann's makes margarine? Not here. Co-op butter? Your mom didn't buy margarine. Well, it's how they sold it to everyone. Like, I hope some of you read the article I posted about, like, vegetable oils. That's seriously from Canada. Like, canola oil straight up was originally used for like military equipment, stuff like that, vehicles, until the war was over and they had all of this excess canola oil. They literally paid off the FDA to say it was healthy, and then here we are. Crazy. Terrifying, yeah. Hitch's banana bread. Have you seen him make that? I would love to learn the recipe. Yeah, I use butter. I just use strictly butter. Okay, guys. What a stream. What a stream. Nope with the nope, Celtic. Follow Julia Child's recommendation. That's a good idea. Yeah, animal fats are like the best for us by far. Seed oils, not the best. We did it, yeah. 6 pies. Sam said he's not trying hot pie, so we get to taste pie tomorrow. We'll whip up some vanilla cream to go with it as well. And then I know Sam said we'll start up when they go to work. So Finn wakes up at like 4:30 in the morning. So we'll see you then. We gotta clean the brisket. We gotta prep the ribs. And we're smoking chicken. And then our sides, coleslaw as always. We'll pop some apple in because 'tis the season. And I'm making those really yummy like sour cream chive rolls cookie. Yeah, smoking stream tomorrow. That's why we're going for brunch on Sunday, because it's gonna be probably at least 12 hours tomorrow. Why not? Why not, right? It's good to be back. Okay, let's go see who we're gonna go raid. I open up my browser and the first thing that comes up, overland truck conversion is rugged on the outside, luxurious within. Sounds about right. That's right, yeah. Little did we know it was Annie's birthday, so this was planned all along. And yeah, shout out to Bubs for the awesome raid at the beginning of our stream today. Do we gotta go see Pizza Princess G? She's streaming. Streezy? We're going to the Vegas and buffet. What? We're going to see Jay Streezy then. Because Vegas buffets are always good. We're gonna go see an IRL streamer. Who was with Hitch when I bumped into him that one day. But he was super busy on his stream, so I didn't bug him. I did meet Jay, though, in 2019. I spelt it right. Nope, I forgot the R. Jay Steezy. No, Kate. Look at the streamer can still stream. Perfect. Okay, follower or subscriber only. Go follow him really quick so we can see all this deliciousness. Nice, Cookie. That we're here to spread. I did hand out quite a few stickers to spread the deliciousness while I was away. Okay, so 3:30 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. I will see you guys there. Where's there? It's here, where you currently are. With Sam. Gets for sure the brisket on first, and then everything else will go in succession. Friends, thanks for everything today. So many dang resubs. Welcome in new followers. And it's just great to be back. Yeah, better wake up early on your birthday. Okay, I'm gonna hit this button. See y'all tomorrow for more tasty bits and pie tasting. Other than that, you know where to find us. Any social media, I'll get back to you ASAP. Love y'all. Be safe out there. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.